Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC is reborn as Black Zetsu. He sees a chakra fruit and decides to eat it. The chakra fruit, Chakra Noshi, in Naruto and Boruto, is the ultimate source of power for the Otsutsuki clan, produced by a god tree, divine tree, after it consumes a living Otsutsuki and drains all life energy from a planet. Consuming this fruit grants immense chakra, longevity, and genetic information, making it the primary method for Otsutsuki to achieve godlike power and evolve.
What if I'm Black Zetsu, and I have chakra fruit? Chapter 1. Black Zetsu was right. Twitter is a battlefield. Not literally, obviously. But when you're in the trenches of anime discourse, it might as well be. Threads become skirmishes. QRTs are artillery. End quote tweets. Landmines waiting to detonate. It was 11:42 p.m. I was sprawled on the couch, hoodie on, coffee lukewarm in my Naruto mug, just doing my usual post-midnight doom scroll. The city hummed outside my apartment window, soft and distant like white noise. Everything was quiet. Until I saw the tweet. Black Zetsu shouldn't exist. He ruined Naruto's ending. Just a plot device for a rushed finale. I stared at it. Blinking. Processing. Then blinking again. Bro, I muttered, sitting up straighter. What did I just read? I rubbed my eyes like it might change the words. But nope. Still there. Loud. Wrong. Disrespectful. I opened the replies. I shouldn't have. But I did. People were agreeing. Agreeing. Disaster. Pakun, my cat, yes, named after the ninja pug, shut up, lifted his head from the windowsill and looked at me like he already knew what was coming. I wasn't gonna fight anyone tonight, I told him. But this guy is begging for smoke. I cracked my knuckles. Clicked reply. And stepped into the digital war zone. You must have skipped the whole manga with that take. Black Zetsu made the ending work. He's the culmination of every lie, every manipulation, every ancient whisper in the shadows. That's not lazy. That's literary. Boom. Sent. I didn't expect a reply right away. But oh, this dude was ready. Nah bro, Zetsu was an asshole. Kaguya popping up at the end was garbage. Madara deserved better. I scoffed, actually offended. Madara did deserve better, I muttered. And that's the point. Thin air? My brother in Chakra, Zetsu's been there since the Warring States era. That's millennia of manipulation. He turned history into his personal fanfic. That's not a plot hole. That's goat behavior. I leaned back, smirking. This was fun. He came back quick. Still dumb. Zetsu made everything feel pointless. Madara got turned into a puppet. I inhaled slowly. No, man, I whispered. He became a tragedy. Zetsu didn't ruin Madara. He completed him. Madara was so consumed with power he never realized he was a pawn in a god-tier chess match. That's Shakespearean, my guy. You want clean good vs evil? Go watch Power Rangers. At this point, my heart was pumping. Not like rage pumping. Just hype. This was what I lived for: passionate arguments over deep lore, obscure symbolism, ancient chakra gods pulling strings from the shadows. The nuance. The themes. But this dude, oh, this dude kept coming. You got issues if you idolize a piece of black goo. L plus ratio plus Zetsu equals mid. Danzo would have loved UFR. That last one made me freeze. He just compared me to Danzo. I said, voice rising. Danzo. Pakun yawned. I hate this app, I muttered. But I wasn't done. Not even close. I'm not doing this for clout. I'm doing this because I care. Black Zetsu is the narrative embodiment of legacy. He's not just a goo blob. He's history itself, weaponized. He manipulated gods and ghosts alike. I paused. Exhaled. That's my final reply, I said. I'm done. I'm. Ping. New notification. LOL, come outside and say that. I'm at the Circle K on 8th. Bet you won't. I frowned. Circle K. I mumbled. That was like 2 blocks away. I stood up. Looked out the window. Sure enough, neon light. Circle K's red logo glowing like a challenge. Dude's really trying to take this IRL, I said, both amused and annoyed. I wasn't gonna fight the guy. But something in me stirred that part of you that knows you shouldn't take the bait, but kinda wants to anyway. Maybe I just wanted to look him in the face and say it with my chest. I pulled on my sneakers, grabbed my hoodie, slipped out the door. The street was quiet. Cold wind brushing my cheeks. I walked fast. Focused. Heart thumping just a little. All I'm gonna do is tell. Chapter 2, The Will That Wouldn't Die. The Circle K's fluorescent red light buzzed ahead like a low, persistent hum. I stood across the street, hands in my hoodie pocket, eyes squinting through the dark. I could see him. Some dude, average build, black hoodie, phone in his hand, pacing in front of the vending machine outside the door. I couldn't tell if he was nervous, pissed, or just one of those guys who thought he looked cool standing in the cold like a background character in an edgy anime. That him. I muttered under my breath. Pakun, my actual cat, wasn't with me, but if he were, he'd be judging hard. I smirked, adjusting the strap of my crossbody bag. This wasn't a fight. I wasn't gonna swing. I was just gonna walk up, tap him on the shoulder, and say, "Hey." Say that Black Zetsu take to my face. Then laugh. Maybe dap him up if he wasn't weird. My foot stepped onto the road. Headlights. I turned my head. And that's when I saw it. A truck. Big. Fast. Loud. Wrong. Coming straight for me. Wait. Too late. Impact. I didn't even hear the crunch. Just a silence that slammed louder than the truck itself. My body? Gone. Pain? For a second a white flash, like biting into lightning. Then nothing. No wind. No ground. No up. No down. Just absence. Have you ever felt yourself unravel? Not metaphorically. Not emotionally. I mean literally, soul peeling apart like old wallpaper, flaking off into an endless dark. That's what it was like. No body. No breath. No heartbeat. But I was still aware. Time didn't pass. Or maybe it did, and I just couldn't feel it. Then, like a thread being pulled taut, something yanked. I was dragged violently, suddenly through a tunnel that didn't exist. My thoughts stretched. My identity bent. I wasn't falling, I was being rewritten. And then... breath. If you could call it that. Wetness surrounded me. Sticky. Viscous. Like I was trapped in something living. My fingers twitched. Only, they weren't fingers. They were tendrils. Long. Black. Shifting with wool instead of muscle. My body. No. This thing I was in, it wasn't human. I jerked, panic clawing up what passed for my throat. I rolled, slithered, clawed toward light. Stone scraped beneath me. Cold air brushed over something that pulsed. I gasped or tried to as I collapsed out of a wall. Yes. A wall. I'd been inside it. Embedded. Asleep? Dead? Hiding? I didn't know. But now I was out. And I was something else. Where? My voice came out low. Wet. Alien. Like Tar learned to whisper. I raised a limb and arm, sort of. It flexed like a shadow with mass. In the corner of the cave, moonlight filtered in through a crack above. I stumbled toward a pool of water. I looked down. And froze. The reflection wasn't mine. It was tall. Humanoid barely. Skinless and slick. Composed entirely of black chakra-like ooze. No defined mouth, but a shifting slit where one might be. No nose. Only glowing, pupil-less eyes buried beneath rippling flesh. No, I whispered. Because I knew that face. That shape. Black Zetsu. The thing I'd defended on Twitter like he was a misunderstood saint. The architect of history. The manipulator. The literal manifestation of Kagaya's will. The words wouldn't come. I backed away from the pool. The movement was unnatural, more like sliding than stepping. My feet melted into the earth, pulling free with a wet slop. Memories flickered. Thoughts that weren't mine bubbled up. Hashirama. Madara. The stone tablet. Uchiha blood. A mother sealed. A plan stretching millennia. But they weren't my memories. They belonged to him. To me. To both. No, I said again, louder now. This isn't real. This is some kind of coma dream. I'm in a hospital. My brain's just filling in gaps. Silence. Except for the steady drip, drip, drip of cave water behind me. And the rustle of chakra-sensitive moss that recoiled at my presence. Real. This was real. I was in the Naruto universe. And not as Naruto. Not as Sasuke. Not as some OC jonin with cool hair and tragic backstory. I was Black Zetsu. The shadow no one wanted. The demon no one mourned. The story's twist no one forgave. I don't know how long I stood there. Minutes? Hours? My mind spun. I should have been horrified. But once the panic passed, something strange settled in me. A hum. A certainty. I had knowledge now. Instincts I didn't earn. Powers I didn't understand, but I could feel them, like a second pulse under my skin. I reached toward the wall. My arm melted into it, slipping between stone like it was water. I retracted it. No damage. No pain. Just possibility. So this is what it's like, I murmured. Being the shadow behind history. I paused. And then I laughed. Quiet at first. Wet. Unstable. Then louder. Echoing. Because the irony was too perfect. I died defending Black Zetsu. And now I was him. Questions swarmed me. What time was it? Was Naruto still alive? Was Kagaya still sealed? Had the war ended? I had no answers. Just darkness. Wet cave walls. A stolen identity. But I had a head start. Everyone thought Zetsu was gone. Destroyed with Kagaya's defeat. They didn't know I was back. And I wasn't the same. I wasn't a puppet. I wasn't a shadow. I was me. Shredder. And I had every memory of how the story ended. Every mistake. Every betrayal. Every weakness. And maybe, just maybe, I could do it right. Not for Kaguya. Not for Madara. For me. Chapter 3 The Fruit of Shadows. I don't know how long I stayed there, half slumped against the wall, half melted into the shadows, listening to the drip of the cave and the slow hum of chakra in the earth. Not just any chakra. Mine. It pulsed through me now, quiet and low, like something ancient had just learned to breathe again. I flexed my limb, arm? Tendril? I still didn't know what to call it. But it moved with a thought, shaped itself like clay made of chakra. I was starting to understand this body. Not perfectly, but I could feel it responding to my will. A tool with no user, until now. And I was the user. I was in control. Shredder. Not Kaguya's puppet. Not some ancient will. Just me. Still, the cave seemed to go on. I'd only stumbled out of the wall near the edge of some cavernous structure. Whatever this place was, it wasn't just random rock. There were pathways not carved, but formed, like someone had molded the ground with chakra. This was designed. Ancient. I moved deeper. Every inch I traveled, I felt the earth respond. It recognized me. Or, him. Black Zetsu. I still hadn't figured out where the line between us was. Was I wearing him like a skin? Or had I completely overridden him? Didn't matter. He wasn't talking. And I was the one breathing. The air got heavier the further in I went. Not just stale thick, like something was suspended in it. Chakra. Lots of it. Raw and oppressive. It made my whole form tingle, like my body wanted to fall apart and reform again just to handle it. That's when I saw it. A dim, green glow ahead. Just around the bend. I slowed, more out of instinct than fear. My body melted into the rock, blending seamlessly as I crept forward like living ink. Whatever was ahead, I wasn't about to walk into it blind. I turned the corner and froze. There it was. A tree. No, not just a tree, the tree. Pale bark, twisting upward into the darkness of the ceiling. Its trunk was etched with ancient veins pulsing with chakra. Not branches, tendrils, like veins stretching toward the ceiling. And in the center, just above a knot in the wood, something glowed. A single, round fruit. Not large. About the size of a grapefruit. But it shimmered gold and crimson, a swirling pattern on its surface like galaxies frozen mid-spin. I didn't breathe. Couldn't. Because I recognized it. The chakra fruit. No, I whispered. It couldn't be. That fruit wasn't supposed to exist anymore. Kaguya had eaten the only one. The Shinju tree had been destroyed. It was all gone, lost to time. Nothing left but myths and consequences. But here it was. Real. Close. Uneaten. My mind spun, logic collapsing in on itself. Was this a dream? A trick? Was I hallucinating chakra out of stress? I stepped closer, almost without meaning to. Something in my body moved on instinct. Not fear. Not greed. Need. A deep, primal hunger. Like the tree was calling to me. Not like it wanted to be worshipped, but like it wanted to be consumed. I reached up. My hand trembled, but I didn't stop. My body was moving like it remembered this. Or maybe this was part of the design. Maybe I was always meant to find this. My hand touched the fruit. Warm. Alive. For a second, I felt nothing. Then. A snap. Like a tether breaking. And the world screamed. Chakra flooded through me like a tsunami crashing through a hallway. I couldn't move. Couldn't scream. My body rippled, splitting apart, stretching too wide for the cave. I didn't have a throat, but I could feel the scream clawing at my essence. The chakra wasn't passive. It wasn't inert. It was alive. Every drop of it was raw, pure power, the same kind that birthed nations and sundered worlds. I saw visions behind my eyes. Stars collapsing. Oceans boiling. A woman in pale robes with eyes like moons. Her hands, cradling this fruit. Her mouth, devouring it. Her gaze, looking at me. No. Through me. Like I was just another branch. Just another extension of the will. Of her. But I wasn't. I wasn't Kaguya. I wasn't her will. I wasn't even her puppet. I was me. I gritted my thoughts, don't ask me how that works, and I held on. The chakra wanted to consume me. Rewrite me. But it couldn't. Because I wasn't a blank slate. I was Shredder. The guy who died tweeting. The guy who argued over Black Zetsu like it meant something. And the guy who now was Black Zetsu, with the chakra fruit exploding inside him like a dying star. I don't know how long it lasted. Seconds? Minutes? Eventually, the light faded. My limbs solidified. My mind quieted. I collapsed to the floor, half buried in black ooze. And I felt everything. My chakra was vast. Infinite compared to before. Like I could smother the hidden villages with a thought. I felt the trees breathing. The ants moving underground. The wind curling around stones. I was connected. To the world. To chakra. To life itself. What the hell, I whispered. It wasn't just power. It was knowledge. I didn't understand it yet. But it was there. Waiting. I looked back at the tree. The fruit was gone. Only one. Just for me. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the pale bark, and thoughts racing. That was a chakra fruit. Another one. Another one. That wasn't supposed to happen. Ever. Had the tree survived somehow? Was this a different one? Or had I landed in some alternate version of the Naruto universe? The timeline was broken. Something was off. But one thing was clear. This wasn't just Black Zetsu's story anymore. This was mine. And I wasn't bound by prophecy. Not by Kaguya. Not by Madara. Not even by Kishimoto's canon. I wasn't the shadow behind the scenes anymore. I was standing center stage. And this time? I had power. Real, God-tier power. And I hadn't even tested the limits yet. Chapter 4 Roots Beneath the Ashes. It's strange. You'd think having godlike chakras surging through your body would feel, I don't know, empowering. Like flipping a switch and suddenly becoming something more transcendent, enlightened, divine. But no. It was loud. It was confusing. It was too much. Like being handed the steering wheel of a ship the size of a planet and being told, good luck. I couldn't even feel the walls anymore. My senses were stretched out in every direction, like I was part of the cave. Part of the rock. Part of the trees above, the wind outside, the worms in the dirt. I felt them. Heard them. I was them. And yet, in the middle of that maddening connectivity, I was also still, me. Shredder. Reincarnated. Reborn. Overwhelmed. I tried to sit still. Focus. Find something to latch onto before I unraveled completely. And slowly, instinctively, I dug in. Not into the ground. Into memory. Not mine. His. Black Zetsu's mind wasn't a place, it was a library. But not the kind with neat shelves and tidy books. No, this was more like a hoarder's attic. Stacks of ancient scrolls, stained with blood and sealed with chakra. Fragments of conversations. Faint sensations. Whole centuries compressed into flashes. Whispers of Kagaya's voice. The rage of Madara. The boredom of Obito. Generations of manipulation, whispered into ears behind curtains, under floorboards, through cracks in cave walls. I dove deeper. Most of it was static. Too much noise, too much age. But then I found something recent. Familiar. Clear. A memory. A meeting. Sasori, pale and mechanical, speaking with that cold theatrical voice. Deidara, half disinterested, half arrogant, smirking under his blonde curtain of hair. The target? The one-tails. Gaara. And the date? Soon. Too soon. It hit me like a punch to the gut. The timeline had aligned. This wasn't just some vague version of the Naruto world. This was Shippuden. The main arc. The heavy stuff. The part where everything starts. I froze in place, deep in the cave, body humming with power, brain buzzing with information. I remembered the episodes. The fights. The deaths. And I was in it now. I wasn't watching from a screen anymore. This world was moving. And it didn't care that I'd just eaten a fruit that shouldn't exist. It didn't care that I had a million questions and no answers. Time was flowing. The Akatsuki were mobilizing. And I had to decide. Move now? Or wait? I thought about it. Sasori was dangerous. Deidara too. But they weren't the real threats. Not yet. The war wasn't close. The tailed beasts hadn't been gathered. The world still believed in peace. And me? I was a shadow in a cave. Overloaded with chakra. And, if I was honest, not ready. I needed time. Power was one thing, control was another. So instead of climbing out of the cave, I went deeper. The descent was slow. My body clung to the walls like ink in water. I moved without footsteps, melting into the stone. The air got colder the lower I went, the chakra thicker, like the cave was alive. And then, a pulse. Faint. Repeating. Like a heart. I followed it. Memory guided me now. Not mine. Black Zetsu's. And suddenly I understood why this place felt so familiar, even though I'd never seen it. He'd been here before. He'd built it. Or at least, shaped it. The lower I went, the more the cave stopped feeling natural. The walls were smoother. The architecture intentional. A hidden sanctum. And then, I saw them. Rows. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Lined up like mannequins. White Zetsu. Perfectly still. Perfectly silent. Waiting. My breath caught. I drifted forward, mind racing. They looked identical to the ones from the war arc, each one a pale humanoid, rooted into the ground like plants. Their chakra was faint, but present. Dormant. Not dead. Just asleep. A memory flickered Black Zetsu's own thoughts. He'd planted them here after the first great ninja war. They were to remain hidden until Madara's plan was complete. He'd intended to awaken them once the infinite Tsukuyomi was active. They were soldiers. Clones. Vessels for war. But they were mine now. Every single one of them. Holy hell, I muttered. I walked between the rows, hands behind my back, body still buzzing with energy I barely understood. They didn't move. Not even a twitch. But I could feel their connection to me. Not emotional, structural. As if my chakra was the key, and they were locks waiting to be turned. I reached out and touched the nearest one. No pulse. No reaction. Still. I felt it. The potential. I didn't need to awaken them yet. But just knowing they were here, it changed everything. This wasn't just power anymore. It was infrastructure. A secret army beneath the earth. The world above was gearing up for a war it didn't know was coming. And I had 10,000 soldiers sleeping beneath my feet. I laughed, quietly. Just once. Because it was so absurd. Me. Shredder. Fanboy. Internet gremlin. Dead by truck. Now walking through a hidden cave with an army of clone soldiers, and the chakra of a goddess inside my veins. It felt like a dream. A glitch in reality. But it was real. As real as the hunger still inside me. The whisper of power begging to be used. The need to do something. But not yet. No moves. Not until I had a plan. I sat down in the center of the cavern, cross-legged, and took a deep breath. My body shifted like liquid, forming a crude humanoid shape. Not quite a man. Not quite a monster. Something in between. I closed my eyes. And for the first time since I'd arrived, I began to meditate. The chakra wasn't going to master itself. And I had a lot of catching up to do. Chapter 5 Web of Many Threads Silence. The cavern was so still that I could hear the slow rhythm of my own breathing echo off the stone walls. I sat cross-legged near the edge of the massive underground chamber, a sea of pale, featureless bodies lined in formation before me. 10,000. Maybe more. Each one a dormant vessel, buried here like seeds waiting for spring. My fingers twitched. A ripple of chakra rolled through my system. I still hadn't gotten used to it. Even now, the power from the fruit pulsed beneath my skin, quiet but vast. It wasn't like normal chakra. It felt older. Heavier. Like the entire world had been stuffed inside me and left to burn. A new heart, a new body, a new world. And none of it felt like it belonged yet. I inhaled slowly, letting the pressure sit in my lungs. I didn't move. I just thought. Because now I had the power. But no plan. Not yet. The ninja world, it was a disaster. Not in the chaotic sense, no, it was worse. It was too alive. Too fast. Too many people, too many factions, too many ticking clocks all counting down to different ends. The Akatsuki were already active. Naruto was still growing. Orochimaru was slithering in the dark, and Madara's specter loomed like a shadow over the moon. And me? I had this cave. These Zetsu. And my memories. But that wasn't enough. Because I couldn't be in 10 places at once. I couldn't talk to Naruto and tail the Akatsuki and search for old ruins and build influence and... I frowned. My eyes drifted to the rows of white bodies. They stood silently, like statues, unaware of the purpose I now needed to give them. Could they be enough? Could they do more than lurk in the shadows? Could they become something else? A thought flickered. Not from this world. Not from these memories. From me. The real me. Before all this. A stupid memory, really. Some fanfiction I read in my old life, one of those reincarnated into an anime world stories. The main character ended up in One Piece, but he didn't fight directly. He used a clone system, sent copies of himself all over the world. And not just to scout. They'd disguise themselves. Pretend to be characters from other anime. Form alliances. Influence storylines. He changed the world without ever picking up a sword. He used fiction to break fiction. And I had something better than shadow clones. I slowly stood, brushing dirt off my legs. My steps echoed faintly as I walked toward the nearest white Zetsu. It stood blank-faced, arms limp at its side. Not for long. I raised my hand. Felt the chakra pulse. Then pressed my palm flat against its chest. A slow surge of energy flowed from me into the Zetsu's body. Not forced. Not aggressive. A steady, controlled stream like lighting a candle instead of igniting a bomb. Its body pulsed. Twitched. Its blank eyes flickered, then glowed with faint awareness. I pulled my hand away, watching as its limbs stiffened, then flexed. It was alive. Not sentient, not fully. But alive enough to act. To obey. To become. Change, I said. It blinked once. Slowly, its pale, smooth features began to shift. The shape of the face twisted. The jaw grew more square. The brow tightened. Shoulders broadened. The body grew taller, more imposing. A faint red glow appeared on its uniform. Lava-like steam hissed at its feet as the transformation completed. I stared up at it. And found myself looking at Akainu. The Marine Fleet Admiral from One Piece. His signature coat. His harsh expression. Even the red-tinted magma aura radiating from him, though it wasn't real magma, just chakra molded to appear that way. It wasn't perfect. But it was enough. Enough to fool others. Enough to start building a new system. Not a world of Zetsu lurking in shadows. A world of actors. Impersonators. Manipulators. A web of identities designed to change the future. I turned and walked back toward the center of the chamber, the Akainu Zetsu stepping behind me like a loyal hound. My steps echoed again, slower this time. Not with doubt, but with thought. I could create factions. Make up characters. Send someone to be Naruto's friend, or his enemy. Maybe both. Guide him, shape him, slow him down. Maybe even someone powerful enough to distract the Akatsuki to throw off their timing, force their hands early, or redirect them entirely. There were no rules anymore. Just opportunities. And now I finally had the hands to seize them. I looked over the chamber again. Thousands of blank faces stared back. But I didn't see Zetsu. I saw heroes. Villains. Pirates. Revolutionaries. Lost wanderers. Future Hokage. Forgotten bloodlines. I saw fiction made flesh. And I would be the one pulling their strings. I clenched my fist. No more sitting in shadows. No more whispers. If this world would be manipulated, then I would be Black Zetsu. Chapter 6 Agents of Ice and Light. The chamber still hummed with quiet tension, the echo of my footsteps fading into the cavern's vast emptiness. My gaze swept over the sea of pale bodies again, no longer just mindless husks, but potential. Possibility. Identity. I turned from Akainu, now standing still like a statue of war, and moved deeper between the rows. 2 more. I needed 2 more to complete the trio. I reached into the pool of dormant white Zetsu with my mind, plucking 2 from the crowd without care for where they were positioned. They responded instantly, stepping forward, their limbs rigid but obedient. As they approached, I raised both hands and channeled my chakra. This time, the energy flowed with more confidence, more control. It no longer swelled with confusion or excess. I knew how to wield it now, how to mold it. One body shimmered and began to stretch upward, its form widening, cooling. The air around it turned crisp, faintly misty. Muscles tightened, and a calm yet cold expression took shape across its face. Long black hair, a marine coat flapping at his back, and eyes that carried the frost of absolute detachment. Aokiji. The other body flared with heatless light. Faster than I could track, it reshaped, vibrating with unstable chakra until it condensed into a tall, lean man with a lazy grin, round shades, and that same damn coat over his shoulders. Light shimmered across his skin like an illusion barely holding itself together. Kizaru. My chakra, reshaped again, now mimicked elements no shinobi had ever mastered. Ice and light not in their raw form, but as close as chakra molding could allow. I stared at them. Akainu, the magma brute. Aokiji, the frozen calm. Kizaru, the lazy lightspeed menace. The admirals. And now, my tools. You'll head for the hidden sand village, I said aloud, even though they didn't need to hear it with their ears. Observe. Interact. Influence. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They simply nodded. Their understanding was perfect. They weren't fully sentient not yet, but they carried enough awareness, enough essence to act with purpose. I watched as the three of them turned and began to move. And I turned deeper into the cavern, raising my hand again toward the next set of dormant Zetsu. It was time to make more. But this time, I wouldn't say who. Not even to myself. Let the world guess. POV shift Akainu. The ground blurred beneath us, a smear of rock and dust and heat. Aokiji ran silently at my side, his footsteps leaving behind faint traces of frost, grass dying under frozen mist. Kizaru flickered just ahead, his body occasionally breaking into flashes of golden light, skipping forward like a phantom only half attached to this world. We ran like shinobi, but we weren't. We were more. We were designed. Not born. Not made. Shaped. I didn't question the motion. I didn't need to know why we were going to the sand village. Orders were orders, and I was a weapon. Nothing more. But still, there was something. A heat in my chest. A pressure in my head. A presence. His presence. It came like a whisper made of thunder, crawling through the marrow of my mind. Introduce yourselves. His voice echoed through all three of us at once. To Team 7, and Team 10. My eyes narrowed. Aokiji tilted his head, just slightly. Kizaru gave a small hum of amusement. None of us spoke. We didn't need to. We understood. Chapter 7 Allies from the Sea. Dust swirled at the edge of the canyon pass, a distant tremble brushing under the solace of our feet. Kakashi raised his head, the eye behind his forehead protector narrowing. He caught it before anyone else. Chakra. 3 signatures. Strong. Too strong. Everyone eyes up, he muttered. Naruto's head snapped around. You feel that? Niji activated his Byakugan without hesitation. 3 figures approaching. Fast. Their chakra is strange. Not like anything I've seen before. Kakashi stepped forward, fingers twitching near his kunao pouch. He didn't draw yet, but he didn't relax either. Sakura moved close to Joe protectively. Guy, Lee, and Tenten took flanking positions, eyes sharp. The air cracked. A shimmer of gold. A burst of cold. And a hiss of heat. They landed at once, 3 tall men, each clad in long white coats, each radiating an oppressive pressure that made even seasoned shinobi tense. The one on the right wore a cap, hands in his pockets, lazy eyes half closed behind round sunglasses. The one on the left stood still as a mountain, arms folded, magma leaking faintly from his right fist. The center figure was relaxed but sharp-eyed, a crescent scar on his forehead and a seagull-shaped insignia gleaming on his coat. We're not enemies, the one in the center spoke first. His voice was calm but forceful. We're Marines. Sent by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to support your mission. Naruto blinked. Marines? Like, ocean soldiers. The man gave a slow nod. Correct. I'm Admiral Akainu. These are Admiral Aokiji. He nodded to the cold-eyed man and Admiral Kizaru. We've been dispatched by the world government to assist in the current political instability in the shinobi nations, Aokiji added, his voice cool and slow. Kakashi's eye twitched. World government? Sengoku? Marines? He'd read thousands of reports, classified files, hidden histories. There was no record of any of these terms in the known world. Certainly not within Konoha's vast intelligence network. Still, their chakra was dense. Controlled. Almost impossibly refined. These men were no amateurs. You're not from any of the 5 great nations, Kakashi said flatly. And I've never heard of this fleet admiral before. Nor your organization. Kizaru chuckled lightly. Not surprised. The world government prefers to work from the shadows, you see. Keep the balance, subtly. Naruto leaned in toward Sakura and whispered, they sound kind of full of themselves, hey. She elbowed him in the ribs. But he stepped forward anyway. Wait, if you're with some government thing, who's your boss then? Sengoku. Correct, Akainu replied. And who's his boss? Aokiji stepped forward. The Gorosei, the 5 elders who report to the Imusama. Ultimate authority of the world government. Guy blinked. That sounds exaggerated. Niji frowned. Their chakra flow doesn't lie. They're not normal shinobi, but they're not malicious either. Kakashi's mind raced. Imusama? Gorosei? None of this fits any existing intel. Unless, they're from somewhere else entirely. Still, he kept that thought to himself. So, Kizaru asked with a lazy grin, shall we discuss how we can help you retrieve the one-tailed Jinkra key? That set everyone on alert. Cho narrowed her eyes. How do you know about that? Aokiji replied coolly, the world government has its ways. We're here to maintain equilibrium. If a group like the Akatsuki becomes too powerful, it disrupts the global order. Naruto's eyes narrowed. And you're just here to help? Just like that. Of course, Akainu said, stepping forward. Justice isn't about convenience. It's about action. The way he said it carried a terrifying weight. Kakashi exhaled slowly. This was insane. No organization like this existed in the ninja world. But they were strong. Strong enough to tip the balance. And if Akatsuki truly was closing in on Gaara, they needed all the help they could get. Fine, Kakashi said, pulling his mask up a bit higher. For now, we work together. But I expect full cooperation. Any sign of treachery? He left the threat hanging. Akainu nodded. We're soldiers of justice, not traitors. Naruto leaned toward Sai and muttered, still sounds fake. Sai gave a small, empty smile. They look like they could crush a mountain. Does it matter? Kakashi didn't say anything. But deep inside, a single thought circled over and over. There's no such thing as Marines in this world. POV shift shredder, Black Zetsu. Through the eyes of a dormant Zetsu perched in a nearby cliff, I watched. 3 pieces in motion. Embedded. Accepted, barely. And the game had only just begun. Chapter 8 Frozen Justice. The cave's atmosphere was dense with tension, the kind that made the air seem too thick to breathe. Kakashi stood at the front of the group, his Sharingan already activated, scanning the surroundings. Beside him, Chiyo's hands moved in precise, delicate motions as her chakra thread snaked toward the sealed stone. Behind them, the rest of Team 7, Team Guy, and the admirals were ready for whatever came next. Naruto bounced on his heels, barely able to stay still. Sakura stood next to him, her brow furrowed, while Guy and Lee seemed to be bursting with energy, ready to spring into action. Niji's Byakugan was activated, his eyes scanning the cave's entrance. And then there were the admirals. Akainu, his body exuding the heat of a furnace, stood with his arms crossed. There was no visible sign of emotion on his face, yet his posture spoke volumes of his readiness. Kizaru, as usual, was relaxed, his sunglasses reflecting the dim light from the cave's cracks. His stance appeared lazy, but anyone with a keen eye knew that he could spring into action at a moment's notice. And Aokiji? He stood in the shadows, one hand resting on his ice sword, his gaze distant, unreadable. His every movement was calculated, precise. There was no emotion behind his eyes. Just a quiet, cold indifference. "We're about to see if this thing can be broken," Kakashi said, his voice low. Cho nodded, her hands moving to weave more chakra into the stone. "It's a sealed trap. If you don't handle it carefully, it'll backfire." "Then I'll handle it," Akainu growled. His lava-like arms surged with heat as he reached toward the stone, melting away chunks of it with ease. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, but said nothing as he stood back, his hands in his pockets, waiting for something to happen. Aokiji didn't move, his icy composure still unbroken. Together, they worked in silence, Cho guiding the chakra flow, Kakashi providing additional support, Akainu melting the stone carefully, and Kizaru keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the seal broke. A violent surge of chakra exploded outward, and in an instant, the air was filled with the unmistakable voice of Deidara. "Ha, you really showed up," Deidara sneered, his mouth palms ready to form clay explosives. Behind him stood Sasori, his puppet body eerily still, his gaze cold and calculating. Chiyo's hands trembled. "Sasori." A brief flash of recognition passed between them. Sasori's eyes flickered with a hint of something, a memory, perhaps, but he said nothing. His voice was calm, detached. "So it's you, Cho-sama." Kakashi quickly assessed the situation. "This isn't just an encounter, this is an attack. Better start acting like it," then, Deidara sneered, throwing a handful of clay into the air. Akainu was the first to move, rushing forward with molten fists raised, his voice a low growl. "You'll regret this." Kizaru flickered from view, moving with blinding speed as he shot towards Deidara, light flashing in every direction. Akainu followed, each strike leaving a trail of fire. Aokiji remained still for a moment, his eyes locked onto Sasori's figure. Without warning, he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful gust of freezing wind that encased the area around them in ice. Sasori's puppets were frozen mid-motion, suspended in a moment of helplessness. Cho immediately moved to intercept, summoning chakra strings to counteract the ice and free her allies' movements. But then, things took a sudden turn. Aokiji's eyes flickered. He didn't look at Akainu, Kizaru, or anyone else. His attention was fixed solely on the enemy. Slowly, the temperature around them dropped even further. The ice spread faster than it should have, encasing not just the enemy, but also Kizaru. His body became a statue of frozen light. The brilliant golden flash that had once been Kizaru was now a cold, lifeless chunk of ice. "What the hell?" Kizaru shouted, struggling to free himself from the ice. "Kyuzan, what's going on?" Akainu's eyes narrowed as he shot a searing glare at Aokiji. "What are you doing, Kyuzan?" Aokiji didn't respond. Kakashi watched with his Sharingan. The sudden betrayal was clear. Aokiji was no longer acting in line with the admiral's supposed mission. "Why?" Akainu demanded, his voice filled with fury. "Explain yourself." "I made my choice." Aokiji's voice was calm, colder than ever, like the wind that blew through his ice. I'm no longer on your side. You bastard! Akainu's magma-powered fists clenched. He surged forward, but Aokiji merely raised a hand. You should learn, Sakazuki. Not all justice is the same. With that, Aokiji turned away from his comrades, his eyes flickering toward Sasori and Deidara. I'm coming with you. Sasori didn't even flinch. He simply nodded, as if expecting it. If you think you can be useful. Deidara blinked, his mouth agape. Wait, you're really... Aokiji gave him a brief, emotionless glance. Yes. I am. Why are you doing this? Kakashi shouted, his voice laced with confusion and concern. But Aokiji didn't answer. He turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the battlefield one last time before he walked toward Sasori and Deidara. No, this can't be happening, Cho muttered under her breath. Akainu was still seething, his fury boiling over. Kyuzan, this is treason. You're throwing everything away. Justice takes many forms, Aokiji said quietly. I've found mine. And with that, he vanished into the distance with Sasori and Deidara, leaving the battlefield frozen in shock. Kakashi stood still, his mind reeling. Naruto was speechless. So, he just left? Why? Akainu remained in place for a moment longer before turning to Kizaru, his molten eyes flashing in frustration. Are you going to stand there, or are you going to help? Kizaru lazily adjusted his sunglasses, his tone unaffected. I'll get to it, I'm just processing. Not every day your teammate pulls a stunt like that. Akainu gritted his teeth, but before he could snap back, a voice echoed through the battlefield. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me, Black Zetsu murmured, watching from a distance as the three defectors disappeared into the horizon. Aokiji has chosen his path. And now, I will find a way to manipulate this world in my image. Chapter 9 Echoes of Identity. POV, Black Zetsu. Deep within the cave, where dim roots crept like skeletal fingers across ancient stone, I sat cross-legged in the shadows, my eyes closed, my senses focused inward. The air was still, thick with chakra residue left behind from my earlier work. Around me, silent white Zetsu clones remained still as statues, awaiting their next command. I meditated, letting my thoughts sink into the roots of the earth, into the white sea of Zetsu that waited just beneath. The stillness was both soothing and suffocating, like breathing in the past. The clone system. It was still a work in progress, a web I had only begun to weave. They weren't just puppets. They were avatars, incarnations of power and ideology. I had shaped them from chakra, yes, but also from memory. My memory. Akainu. Aokiji. Kizaru. They weren't supposed to be exact replicas of their one-piece counterparts. And yet, I couldn't help but notice something strange. Something unsettling. Aokiji defected. Not just tactically. He acted like Aokiji. Detached. Cold. Ambiguous in loyalty. Why? I opened my eyes, my vision narrowing in thought. Did my chakras somehow imprint their personalities? Did they inherit more than just the appearance and powers of their counterparts? I never intended for that level of detail to be transferred. I just wanted tools actors for my stage. But Aokiji went off script. And it wasn't random. It felt intentional. I frowned, my mind racing. Was this my doing? Did some deep, subconscious memory, some fragment of admiration or expectation leak into them? Or is chakra itself more interpretive than I imagined? A dangerous variable. One I hadn't accounted for. But also, an opportunity. Even if they thought for themselves, acted like individuals, it didn't matter. They were still mine. My will was the origin. My chakra, the mold. And whether or not they had inherited some shade of Akainu's fury or Kizaru's aloofness, they were white Zetsu beneath the skin. The play continued. And I was still the director. POV shift, Akainu. The sun bore down hard as we reached the outskirts of the battlefield, its heat paling compared to the inferno that churned in my molten gut. Every step I took sent small embers flicking from my boots, the ground hissing beneath me. Kizaru walked beside me, his hands still in his pockets, golden light gently pulsing around his frame. Neither of us spoke. The battle had passed. But the aftermath was still raw. Ahead, I saw them Team 7 and the others crowded around two bodies. One of them was Cho, collapsed in the dirt. The other, a boy with red hair, his chest still. Naruto was on his knees beside Gaara, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Tears streamed down his face, uncontrolled. His shoulders trembled with each breath. "Damn it," he whispered. "You were supposed to wake up." He looked so small. And yet, the chakra radiating from him it surged with raw, chaotic power. The nine tails stirred inside him, restless, confused by its host's grief. My gaze drifted to Cho. Her wrinkled hands were still faintly glowing with chakra residue. The last of her life poured into Gaara. A heartbeat. Another. And then Gaara's eyes snapped open. A deep, sudden breath rushed into his lungs. Naruto's tears didn't stop, but now they were different. Relief. Gratitude. He turned to Cho only to find her still. Her chakra gone. "Old lady," Naruto whispered, stunned. No words followed. Only silence. Kakashi knelt beside her and closed her eyes gently. "She gave her life," he said. "To bring him back." Niji looked away. Tenten wiped her eyes. Even Guy, exuberant as he usually was, stood still, arms folded over his chest. I observed them all in silence. Emotion. Attachment. Mourning. Their bonds were strong, strengthened by pain. I could see it clearly, even if I didn't feel it. Kizaru leaned in slightly, his voice low. "That's some heavy drama, hey?" I nodded, pretending to understand. "Yes." We watched Naruto wrap his arms around Gaara. He was smiling now, tears still falling freely. The others began to gather around them. Even the sand shinobi Temari, Kankuro rushed in from the horizon. The boy was beloved. That kind of love, it made people irrational. Powerful. Dangerous. I felt the voice of him in the back of my mind. Black Zetsu. Not words. Not direct commands. Just the faint tug of intent. Observe. Record. Wait. I turned from the reunion, letting my molten fists cool. Soon, I would act again. But for now, I would watch. Because every fire needs fuel. And I could already see where the next flame would rise. Chapter 10 Masks in the Sand. POV, Akainu. The boy stirred. His breath returned. Heartbeat pulsed. And with it, the desert air trembled. Gaara the Kazekage opened his eyes. Naruto hadn't moved an inch from his side, still kneeling in the sand, still trembling as joy warred with the grief of what was just lost. The others gathered close, expressions soft with relief, but etched with the heaviness of sacrifice. Sakura pressed her sleeve to her eyes. Chiyo's body lay still, serene in death. Gaara looked up. "Naruto." "Yeah," the blonde said, laughing through his tears. "You're back. You're really back." Gaara blinked slowly. "She gave her life." Naruto didn't respond, just gripped his friend's shoulder tighter. Then, a shout. From the distance. Figures on the dunes. Dozens of them. The Tsunagaku reinforcements had finally arrived, faces carved with desperation, fear, and a flicker of hope. Kankuro was at the front. Gaara. He sprinted across the sand like a man possessed, Temari close behind him. Neither noticed us at first, me and Kizaru standing some distance away. Our presence didn't matter yet. All that mattered was the boy who had just returned from the grave. Kankuro dropped to his knees, grabbing Gaara's hand. "You idiot, you absolute idiot." Gaara smiled faintly. "Sorry, for worrying you." Temari knelt beside him, wiping sweat from her brow. "You're the Kazekage. You're not allowed to die, remember?" Naruto laughed, still holding on to Gaara's other shoulder. "I told you guys I'd bring him back." "You kept your word," Temari whispered. "Thank you." The gratitude in their eyes, it turned toward the leaf ninja. Then, finally, it turned toward us. We were the strangers. The anomalies. The unknowns. Kankuro's eyes narrowed. "Who are they?" "Ah," Kakashi said, glancing back. "They were part of the team that helped us get this far. Without them, we'd never have caught up in time." "Marines, right?" Temari muttered. "From where? We've never heard of any shinobi like you. Your chakra signatures are completely alien." All eyes shifted to us. Kizaru smiled lazily, lifting a hand in casual greeting. "Borsellino. Rear Admiral of the Marines. We were dispatched on orders from Sengoku-sama of the world government." That word again. Sengoku. World government. The tension spiked. Temari stood up fully, frowning. "There's no world government in this world. You're not from any known village, and your ranks aren't in our records." "We're a neutral enforcement organization," I said flatly. "Our purpose is global stabilization. Our superior, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, received intelligence regarding Akatsuki's operations targeting Jinchuriki. We deployed in accordance with containment protocols." "Neutral?" Kankuro repeated. "Never heard of you. That sounds made up." "Not our concern," I said. "Our presence isn't a request, it's a directive." The sand shinobi bristled. Several stepped forward, hands on weapons. The heat of distrust rose like the desert sun. Naruto frowned. Wait, hold on. These guys helped. Without them, Gaara he'd still be gone." Temari looked torn. Her loyalty to her brother warred with her suspicion. "That might be true. But we still don't know who they are. And what kind of organization has the power to create shinobi this strong without anyone knowing?" Kizaru smiled again, eyes gleaming. "Perhaps, it's best not to ask too many questions, Kakashi stepped forward then, gaze sharp beneath his mask. "I've been thinking about that too. You're clearly powerful. You move like shinobi but fight like something else. There's no record of Marines in Konoha's archives either." "We exist outside the archives," I replied. "By design." Temari crossed her arms. "That's not reassuring." Kankuro glared at me. "And what exactly do you want with Gaara? With the other Jinchuriki?" "We want stability," I said. "That's all." He stepped closer. "And if stability means eliminating them?" I didn't blink. "We'd follow protocol." That made them flinch. Even Naruto went stiff. Temari's voice was hard. "What kind of protocol is that?" Kizaru cut in with a chuckle, "Relax. We're here now, aren't we? And Gaara's alive. We're not your enemies." "Then prove it," Temari challenged. "Tell us where you're really from. Tell us what Marine even means." I paused. Then said, calmly, "The Marines are a global force designed to enforce justice. We answer to the world government. We operate on a planetary scale, transcending village politics. We are protectors. Kankuro snorted. That sounds like propaganda. I didn't argue. Kizaru leaned forward slightly, whispering toward Naruto with a smirk. You're a hero in your own way, too. But being a hero doesn't always make you popular. You'll understand eventually. Naruto blinked. What does that even mean? You'll see. We stood there in silence for a long moment. The wind picked up. Then Gaara spoke, his voice weak but firm. Let them stay. Everyone turned to him. They helped. That's all I care about right now. If they'd wanted to hurt me, they had their chance. Temari looked at him, lips pressed tight, then gave a slow nod. Fine. But we're keeping eyes on you. Of course, I said. We encourage transparency. Kankuro muttered, I don't like this. Kakashi folded his arms. Neither do I. But he's right. They've helped us so far. Naruto looked up at me then. Eyes bright. Confused. Grateful. But something deeper lingered: doubt. Suspicion. He was starting to ask the right questions. And that was fine. Let him wonder. Let all of them wonder. Because in the end, truth didn't matter. Only control did. Chapter 11: Shadows Within Shadows. POV, Akainu. The walls of Sunagakura loomed in the distance, baked orange by the desert sun. The gates opened slowly as our group approached, Naruto walking just ahead of me and Kizaru, with Kakashi beside us, silent but ever watchful. We entered as honored guests and walking enigmas. The sand villagers stood in clusters, their eyes wary and awash with confusion. Murmurs trailed behind us like wind-stirred dust. Who are they? They don't wear headbands. That Chakra, what are they? We didn't answer. Not yet. We followed the procession to a tall building near the center of the village, given rooms, water, and privacy. After Gaara was escorted away for recovery and the Leaf group settled in, it didn't take long before the questions began again. Naruto was first. He burst into the room we were resting in, looking both sheepish and determined. Hey! Akainu, Kizaru, can I ask you guys something? Kizaru yawned theatrically and leaned against the wall. Of course, young man. Ask away. Naruto fidgeted. I just don't get it. You said you're Marines, and you fight for justice. But, where were you during the last wars? How come nobody ever heard of you? And Sengoku, who's he really? What village is he from? Kizaru smiled slowly. Oh, Sengoku's not from any village you'd know. He's one of the 5 great justices, the pillars of the world government. We're part of a different system entirely, one hidden from the standard shinobi world. Naruto frowned deeper. That still doesn't explain anything. Why now? Why help with Gaara? Justice, Kizaru said, tapping his temple. It always arrives late, but it always arrives. That didn't satisfy Naruto. Nothing we said really would. I turned away from their conversation and walked to the edge of the balcony, where Kakashi had been leaning, gazing at the horizon. He didn't look at me when I approached. You don't believe us, I said flatly. I believe you exist, Kakashi replied. I said nothing. He continued, the timing. The power. The knowledge, it doesn't add up. But you've helped. And in war, that's sometimes enough. I watched the streets below, noting how quickly a village could return to normal after chaos. Shinobi adapted like weeds in the sand. You're not just trying to help, Kakashi said eventually. You're placing pieces. I glanced at him. And you? I'm watching which direction they're being placed. Our conversation was interrupted by Kankuro calling for Kakashi. He excused himself, and I lingered a moment longer, watching Naruto as he pressed Kizaru for more answers that he'd never get. POV, Aokiji/Kyuzen. The Akatsuki hideout was quiet. Sasori had returned, dragging a scorched puppet shell behind him. Deidara grumbled beside him, nursing minor wounds, but otherwise pleased with his display. "I told you I could have handled it alone," Deidara muttered. "You nearly got exploded," Sasori said dryly. "Art is explosion. And you're lucky to still be breathing." I stood silently behind them. Just another cloaked figure now. The newest member. My coat fit snugly, the red clouds glowing faintly beneath the dim light of the cave. Deidara turned to me. "Kyuzen, right? Come on, time to meet the boss." He led me deeper into the stone corridors. Then we entered the room. Pain. He sat cross-legged at the far end, the Rinnegan glowing like burning rings of fate. Konan stood silently at his side, expression unreadable. Deidara introduced me. "This is the guy I told you about. Helped me out in the sand fight. He's strong. Real strong." Pain studied me without speaking. "Then, why do you want to join Akatsuki?" I answered without hesitation. "The world is broken. I want to help fix it. But not with kindness. With control." Pain's gaze narrowed, analyzing my words. Then he slowly nodded. "Very well. You will partner with..." A ripple in the floor. A shadow rose from the stone. "Black Zetsu. May I offer a suggestion?" he said smoothly, as he fully emerged. Pain didn't even flinch. "Speak." Black Zetsu's tone was measured. "Pair him with Tobi. They both are unconventional. I believe they'll make a good match." A pause. Tobi Obito tilted his masked head slightly. Me? But I work best alone." Pain considered it. Zetsu looked at him again. "Give them time. I think Kyuzen's perspective will be useful." Obito turned slightly, just enough for Black Zetsu to see the single eye behind the mask. Confusion, suspicion, calculation. But he said nothing. Because he couldn't. Not yet. Black Zetsu was too useful. Too mysterious. And he needed to keep playing the fool. Tobi laughed. "All cheer." "Fine, fine. Me and the ice guy. We'll be the best team ever." Pain gestured silently. The meeting was over. POV, Black Zetsu. I retreated to the walls, melding into the cold stone again, but not before giving a glance toward Kyuzen. The new admiral. My infiltrator. It had worked. Pain had accepted him. Obito's confusion wasn't unwarranted. I had never vouched for anyone else not like this. But he didn't know what I knew. He didn't understand that when I formed Kyuzen, I had poured just a bit too much chakra into him. Just enough of my own essence. My own curiosity. My own ideals. And maybe, just maybe, that's why Kyuzen was different. He felt like the real Aokiji. Calm. Ruthless. Independent. That was good. The world didn't need soldiers. It needed actors. And the stage was finally being set. Chapter 12 Orders and Questions. POV, Akainu. My orders came through like a whisper in my head, unspoken, but clear: return to the hideout. It was time to move again. I could feel the weight of the task ahead, but before I left the village, I allowed myself a moment to observe. The group was already gathering. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and a few others were talking with Kizaru, who had somehow become the center of attention. The questions were coming thick and fast, but Kizaru answered them with his usual, effortless charm. I barely paid attention until I heard Naruto ask one question that snapped me from my thoughts. "Wait," Naruto said, his expression perplexed. "So, you're an admiral, right? But how many of you are there?" Kizaru turned his lazy gaze towards him, stretching slightly as if the question had taken a fraction of his energy. "There are 5 of us," Kizaru said, his voice light as a breeze. "Me, Akainu, Green Bull, Fujitora, and a few others." He paused, a grin tugging at his lips. "But don't get too caught up on numbers, kid. Power's not always about rank." Naruto was still processing the answer, trying to match it with the little he knew of the world. Kizaru continued, "As I said, I'm an admiral, and so are the others. But we don't exactly have the same rules as your shinobi villages." Naruto's face scrunched up in confusion. "Then, what do you do? How do you help?" "We do what's necessary," Kizaru replied with a half-smile. "Sometimes it's stopping big threats. Other times, it's playing the role of the bad guy." He turned back to Naruto, his tone now tinged with some amusement. "Think of us like the balance keepers of the world, just in our own way." Naruto blinked, unsure how to respond to that. But before anything more could be said, I stepped forward, feeling the pressing weight of Black Zetsu's command echoing in my head. I looked over at Kizaru, then glanced at the group gathered around. It was time for us to leave. The mission in the village was complete for now. "I'm heading back," I said abruptly, my tone commanding and final. "Kizaru, you'll be staying here." Kizaru raised an eyebrow but didn't question my decision. He gave a casual nod. "Got it. I'll wrap things up here." Naruto, eager to know more, stepped forward before I could turn away. "Wait. Akainu. Kizaru. Where do you go from here?" I stared at him for a long moment, the weight of his questions almost physically pressing on me. "We have our own things to deal with, kid," I said, my voice harsh and curt. "Just keep your head down. Stay out of trouble." Naruto seemed to want to argue, but instead he just nodded, as if accepting something too big for him to fully understand. Kizaru chuckled, flashing him a wide grin. "You'll learn more when you're ready, Naruto. Don't rush it." With that, I turned on my heel and began walking towards the exit of the village, Kizaru following behind me. As we moved through the streets, my thoughts lingered on the mission Black Zetsu had set for us. My mind buzzed with questions and plans, but the answers were too complicated to form in such a short time. The truth was, there was much more to what we were doing here, more than the likes of Naruto and his team would ever understand. POV, Kizaru. The sun was beginning to set as I walked alongside Akainu. The village's sounds faded away behind us, and in the distance, the sand dunes started to glow orange under the fading light. But my mind was still on the questions Naruto had asked. They were so simple, yet so revealing. 5. Naruto had repeated, as if the concept of 5 admirals was a mystery. "How does that work? Why are there 5 of you?" Kizaru couldn't help but feel a bit amused at how easily Naruto latched onto simple things like numbers, but at the same time, he knew there were much deeper questions lingering beneath the surface. The young ninja had a lot to learn. "Yeah, there's 5 of us," Kizaru said again, this time more slowly, as if testing how the words felt in his mouth. "But the real power isn't in how many we are, it's in who we are. Each admiral is unique in their way." "Who's the strongest?" Naruto asked, his eyes full of curiosity. "I don't think I should answer that," Kizaru responded with a smirk. "It's not about strength, Naruto. It's about the mission." Naruto frowned. "So, what's the mission?" "The mission," Kizaru said, "is something that's bigger than even we understand. But don't worry. You'll learn more soon enough." Kizaru's words trailed off, leaving a heavy silence between them. He wondered if Naruto truly had any idea what was at stake, what Akainu and the others were really preparing for. It wasn't just the future of one village or one world, it was the fate of everything. We reached the edge of the village. Akainu stopped without a word, his posture rigid. He didn't need to say anything to convey that the conversation was over. Kizaru nodded and turned his gaze back toward Naruto. "Take care, kid," Kizaru called over his shoulder. "Don't get too reckless out here." Naruto watched us leave, his expression filled with unanswered questions. As I walked away, I couldn't help but feel something deep inside me stir. There was something about Naruto, something untapped, that might be the key to what Akainu and the others were planning. The path ahead wouldn't be easy. But that was why we were here, wasn't it? To change the course of things. POV, Black Zetsu. Back in the shadows of the Akatsuki hideout, I felt a strange satisfaction in knowing that things were moving into place. Kizaru was talking to Naruto, planting the seeds of confusion, and soon enough, the village would fall under the weight of the hidden agendas. But Akainu was needed elsewhere. I had given him the order. There were bigger things to set into motion, things that would unfold over time. For now, though, it was clear, the pieces were moving as I wanted. But the game wasn't over yet. Chapter 13: The Encounter with Shanks. POV, Team 7. The road back to Konoha was peaceful, too peaceful. After all the chaos in the Sand Village, it almost felt like we were moving through a dream. But no one spoke about that, everyone was tired, lost in their own thoughts. Naruto, as always, was full of energy, bouncing around and asking random questions, his curiosity never truly satiated. I walked alongside him, my eyes scanning the horizon. The sun had started to dip lower in the sky, casting the world in a golden hue. It was calm, but something felt off. And then it happened. There was a sudden disturbance in the air, like a shift, a pressure that wasn't there before. In a flash, a ship appeared in the distance. It was not like the ones we were used to seeing on land. This ship was large, majestic, and seemed to be floating in the air as though it defied gravity. The sound of the wind rushing through the sails reached us before the ship itself did. I could hear the whispers of the others, Kakashi narrowing his eyes, Sakura looking confused, and Lee cracking his knuckles, his body tensed like a spring ready to leap into action. Niji was already scanning the environment with his Byakugan, looking for any signs of danger. Then they appeared. A group of 4 men, all with different personalities but one thing in common: an overwhelming presence that made even the most seasoned ninja hesitate. The leader, a tall, scarred man with red hair, stepped forward, his trademark straw hat casting a shadow over his face. His smile was confident, even playful, yet there was something dangerous about it. Behind him stood 3 others, each exuding their own intimidating aura. "Oi, there," the red-haired man called out, his voice booming but calm. "You all seem to be on a journey, but I'm afraid we're about to cross paths." The team froze. Naruto, the brave one, took a step forward. "Who are you?" he asked, his usual energy running through his voice. The red-haired man chuckled, as if entertained by the question. "Me? I'm Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. These are my crew, Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Usopp. We're not here to fight, unless we have to." There was a moment of silence as Shanks's words sank in. The mention of the 4 emperors of the sea was something none of us could ignore. The entire world knew about them, rulers of the New World, the most powerful pirates in existence. And here they were, casually standing in front of us like it was no big deal. 4 emperors. Naruto repeated, his eyes wide. "What does that mean? Are you, the enemies of the Marines?" Shanks' grin only grew wider. "I suppose you could say that. But we're not here for a fight with you guys, kid. We're just passing through. Sakura, always cautious, narrowed her eyes. Then why are you here? Shanks leaned back slightly, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, the familiar weight of it clearly a comforting presence for him. We're simply testing the waters. Besides, he added with a shrug, we don't have any business with the Marines in this world, for now. Kakashi, ever the strategist, stood at the back, his Sharingan eye studying the four men closely. He was assessing their strength, their every movement. He could tell these were not ordinary pirates, far from it. They were seasoned fighters, each one an absolute powerhouse. They're not like the usual pirates, Kakashi muttered under his breath. These guys are on a whole different level. Naruto, of course, was still full of questions. So, you really are pirates? But, why are you even here? What do you want? Shanks smiled, his demeanor calm. We're here because we wanted to see what this world is all about. You all seem stronger than most I've met. We wanted to know what makes you tick. To see if you're worth a fight. But it seems like you're not quite ready yet. What does that mean? Naruto demanded, fists clenching. Shanks chuckled. It means you have a lot of growing to do. But you've got potential. I can see it in your eyes. Just don't go rushing into battles you can't handle, okay? He looked at each of us, his gaze lingering for a moment longer on me, Kakashi, and Neji. Then, turning back to Naruto, his eyes softened. Just remember, kid. If you ever cross paths with us again, be sure to bring your A-game. Or else, you might not walk away. With that, Shanks gave a sharp nod to his crew. Let's go, he said. Before anyone could protest, the crew turned and started walking toward their ship. Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Yasopp followed, and in a matter of moments, they were on board, the ship disappearing into the horizon. POV, White Zetsu. I watched from the shadows, hidden beneath the earth, my senses honed in on the interaction unfolding before me. Everything had gone according to plan, perhaps even better than expected. Shanks. He was one of the most unpredictable elements I had inserted into this world. I had created him, using Chakra to form a character designed to reflect the traits and abilities of someone from another world, one filled with pirates and adventure. The reason I made him was simple: I wanted to see if the personalities and abilities of people from different worlds could translate seamlessly into this one. And from what I observed, they did. Shanks and his crew had behaved just as I anticipated, charismatic, deadly, and unwavering in their presence. They had similar traits to those I had embedded them with, much like I had done with the Marines. But Shanks, his unpredictable nature, his willingness to avoid conflict unless necessary, was a perfect reflection of the world he came from. And the Chakra I had infused them with made it all possible. The results were impressive. But the most interesting part wasn't the battle or the banter. No, it was how Shanks' arrival and departure affected the course of events. It was another piece of the puzzle I was working toward. Black Zetsu had wanted to test the waters, wanted to see how the powers I created could interact with the elements of this world, and how the pieces of different worlds could fit together. I sent my report, knowing Black Zetsu would be pleased with the results. But even now, I was cautious. There was still a great deal at stake. And there were more pieces to move. As I moved deeper underground, I could feel the weight of what was coming next. The pieces were in motion. And soon, everything would change. Chapter 14: The Beginning of the Espada. POV, Black Zetsu. Silence. It echoed through the cave, thicker than the darkness that blanketed the roots and stone around me. I stood still, back leaned against the damp cavern wall, deep in meditation. My chakra pulsed slowly, controlled. But my mind was anything but still. The reports had reached me. Shanks and his crew had made contact with Team 7, Kizaru and Akainu performed adequately, maintaining their facade. Aokiji had integrated into the Akatsuki without issue. The experiment had succeeded. And that meant it was time for the next phase. I opened my eyes. So the chakra truly shapes them. I had already theorized it when I first noticed Akainu's rigid sense of justice. The subtle sarcasm in Kizaru's voice. Even Aokiji's passive rebellion, it all aligned too closely with their one-piece counterparts. My chakra wasn't just shaping their powers. It was shaping them. And I could use that. I stood, my voice reaching out not through sound, but through connection. Chakra flowed like a network through the bodies I had created. They were still white Zetsu, but refined, shaped, weaponized. And they were mine. All of them. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Yasob. My voice rang in each of their minds, distant but commanding. We move to the next stage. A new force will be created, one not bound by the facade of justice or the chaos of piracy. You will remain as you are for now. But know this, your allegiance is to me. To Black Zetsu. Everything we do from this point forward will serve one purpose: control. A pause. Control over this world. Its history. Its chakra. Its outcome. I reached deeper into the cave now, where my chakra had been growing, multiplying. I walked past the still cocooned white Zetsu clones, their development halted until I deemed them useful. But these two had matured. Their cocoons cracked open at my approach, slow and deliberate. Steam hissed from the openings, and the light of their chakra illuminated the shadows around them. The first one dropped to a knee, emerald eyes sharp and wild, blue hair messily hanging over his face. He was snarling, muscles tense, like a beast held on a leash. Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez. The other stepped forward silently, emerald irises empty, void of anything but icy indifference. His spiritual pressure, no, chakra's signature, was dense. Compressed. Measured. Ulquiera Sefer. I stared at them both, arms behind my back, studying their forms. My chakra had shaped them with precision, and I could feel their personas, perfect reflections of the beings I had read about in my past life. Welcome, I said, eyes narrowed. You are the first of the Espada. Grimjo's lips curled into a grin, his canines sharp. TCH. Finally. Thought you were gonna let me rot in there forever. Ulquiera tilted his head slightly. Purpose. I answered them both, chakra flaring slightly to mark the importance of my next words. You are not like the others. You will not serve with the Marines. Nor will you parade yourselves before the world. You will move in silence. You will spread fear. The Espada are not enforcers, you are executioners. They stood still, each in their own way accepting the task without question. They were not like the admirals. I hadn't embedded them with as much of the false human facade. They were meant to be closer to their canon selves, tools of war, not diplomats. My chakra flowed again, reaching the others. To all of you I am creating a new faction, the Espada. They are the shadow to your light. They are chaos where you offer order. You will know them when you meet them, and you will respect them. If they are sent to do something, do not interfere. This world will bend. I looked again to Grimjo and Ulquiera, lifting a hand and casting another wave of chakra that cloaked them both in concealment seals untraceable by normal means, able to blend into this world without suspicion. Ulquiera spoke again, emotionless. What is our mission? I turned my head toward the surface of the cave, where the sun could not reach. But my gaze wasn't on the stone. It was on the world above. Start slow. Watch the Akatsuki. Watch the villages. If anyone learns too much, silence them. Grimjo smirked. Now that's more like it. And so, the first two members of the Espada disappeared into the darkness of the cave, shadows within shadows. I exhaled, placing a hand against the wall of earth. Everything was accelerating now. Shanks had stirred interest. Aokiji had infiltrated. The ninja were beginning to ask questions. I had to move faster but not recklessly. Not yet. I would mold this world. I would twist it until it became mine. And it would start with Grimjo and Ulquiorra. The Espada have begun to move. Chapter 15 Shadows move, storms rise. POV, Black Zetsu. The Espada were my blades in the dark. And now, it was time to test how sharp they truly were. Orochimaru. Kabuto. Their usefulness had run its course. Manipulating them was easy, their ambition blinding them to the greater picture. But now they were unpredictable. Worse, they were independent. I couldn't allow that. I sent my command through the link, subtle yet firm, pulsing chakra laced with lethal intent. Grimjo. Ulquiorra. I have a mission. Their minds responded in unison, a near-instant acknowledgement of my will. Ulquiorra, objective. Grimjo, het. Finally. This about that snake bastard? I've been itching to rip something apart. I stood deep beneath the earth, chakra swirling calmly around me as my eyes narrowed. My voice echoed through their minds once more. Eliminate Orochimaru and Kabuto. Quiet if possible. But I won't mourn the noise. Ulquiorra, understood. We will not fail. Grimjo, damn right we won't. They vanished into the shadows of the earth. POV, Aokiji Kyuzen. The Akatsuki hideout was dim, cold, and pulsing with quiet tension. I walked beside Tobi, at least, the man pretending to be Tobi. His orange mask spun slightly every time he turned his head, his tone light, goofy, playful. Any, Kyuzen say on. So serious, all the time. Why not loosen up? Maybe dance a little. You Marines dance, right? I sighed, hands deep in the long coat I wore, cold mist curling around my legs as I walked. My eyes met his mask briefly, disinterested. No time for dancing. Too many wars. Tobi skipped ahead, spinning on his heel to face me while walking backward. Ah, come on. You're a Marine, right? Big scary government men in white coats. Who's your boss? That guy. Sengoku, yet. I looked at him quietly. My tone didn't change. Sengoku's not someone you need to worry about. He tilted his head, pausing just slightly. Het. Mysterious. I like it. All right. Secrets and secrets. But you'd better pull your weight, Kyuzen-kun. Pain doesn't like dead weight. I didn't answer. I just kept walking. Behind my calm expression, my thoughts stirred. Black Zetsu had chosen me to infiltrate the Akatsuki. To be a second set of eyes. But Tobi, something about him wasn't right. He acted the fool too well. It wasn't just an act of immaturity. It was strategy. He was hiding something. And if he was hiding something, I needed to find out what. POV, Akainu. Flames crackled from my fists, the earth scorched where I stepped. Beside me, Kizaru glided forward with that laid-back ease, hands in pockets, golden light curling around his body. We had just sent Haiden and Kakuzu retreating, barely breathing, barely alive. I didn't pursue. That wasn't the mission. The mission was the Two Tails. And we found her. Yujito stood tall and cautious before us, her feline eyes narrowing as her chakra rippled, ready to defend herself. Behind her stood the Reikage, I, and his younger brother, Killer B, arms crossed, lightning crackling faintly in the air around them. Ai's voice boomed. Who the hell are you two? Where's your headbands? Why do you smell like a battlefield? Kizaru smiled lazily, lifting one hand in peace. Ooh, don't worry, don't worry. We're not enemies. We're Marines, you see. Sent by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Yujito tilted her head. Marines? What nation? What village? Akainu straightened, face blank. We serve the world government. A power that exists far beyond your hidden villages. Sengoku is our commander. We were sent here to prevent Akatsuki from capturing more Jinkraki. B leaned forward slightly, his sunglasses gleaming. World government? That's some shady vibe. No info in archives, can't believe your tribe. I frowned deeply, gaze flickering to Yujito. She gave a small nod. They helped me, she said. When those two Akatsuki members came hidden in Kakuzu, these two drove them off. I grunted. Maybe. But you're asking me to believe some global power we've never heard of just decided to send help? I didn't flinch. We've been observing. We only interfere when balance is at risk. The Akatsuki, they are destabilizing the world. We act when no one else can. Kizaru added, think of us like an elite task force. We're here to help. There was silence between the parties for a moment. The tension hadn't gone, but it had shifted. Doubt lingered, but so did possibility. I finally grunted. Fine. But you'll be watched. I nodded. Expected. Yujito stepped forward. Where are you heading next? Kizaru shrugged. Akanaha wants us back for debriefing. But you'll be seeing more of us soon. B chuckled, giving a little nod. All right. You pass the vibe for now. Don't give us a reason to break that vow. We turned, heading back. In my mind, the voice of Black Zetsu echoed once more. Continue your roles. Soon, more enemies will rise. The Espada are moving. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. We were soldiers in a war the world didn't know it was already losing. Chapter 16. The hideout reeked of decay and snake musk. Stone corridors twisted like serpents, and the deeper one went, the colder it got. But Grimjo didn't flinch. His electric blue hair caught the dim light like a flicker of lightning, and his grin was wild as ever. Beside him, Ulquiera moved in utter silence, a black tear tracing down his pale cheek, emerald eyes scanning every movement. I don't like the way this place smells, Grimjo said, cracking his knuckles. Let's make it quick. They moved like shadows, effortlessly cutting through Orochimaru's traps and guards. Most didn't even have time to scream. Finally, they stood before a wide stone chamber lit by green glowing torches. Orochimaru stood at its center, a thin smile curving his pale lips. Kabuto was behind him, already forming hand signs. Well, Orochimaru hissed, tongue flicking out. You two aren't from any village I recognize, or any world, for that matter. Ulquiera said nothing. Grimjo laughed. We're not here to talk. Orochimaru's smile widened. A pity. He struck first. Snakes erupted from his sleeves, tearing through the air toward Grimjo, while Kabuto bolted to the side, fingers glowing green with chakra. The entire chamber exploded into chaos. Grimjo ducked under a snake's lunge and launched forward, smashing through Orochimaru's guard with brute force. His blows were devastating, shaking the walls. Orochimaru regenerated once, twice, but the third time, Grimjo shattered his ribcage with a Zero Blast at close range. The snake Sunin coughed black blood, eyes wide. Ulquiera intercepted Kabuto mid-leap, impaling him through the stomach with a single energy spear before twisting and tossing him aside like garbage. Kabuto gasped, tried to regenerate, but Ulquiorra raised his hand and vaporized him in one clean motion. You, Orochimaru wheezed, trying to crawl away, bones snapping back into place. Grimjo stepped on his spine, pinning him. You're not coming back this time. There was a final crunch. Orochimaru went limp. It was over. Or so they thought. A blur of motion, then the clang of a blade. Sasuke. He landed between the corpses, sword drawn, Sharingan blazing. You killed him, he muttered, voice shaking. You why? Grimjo turned to face him, grinning like a lion cornering a cub. You want to be next. Sasuke rushed in, curse marks spreading across his body, but his strikes couldn't land. Ulquiorra blocked every swing with an open palm, not even drawing his own weapon. Grimjo began charging another Zero. Sasuke's eyes widened. He couldn't move in time. Then, two presences, one warm and calm, the other bright and steady, flared in the chamber. A breeze swept through as two new figures appeared between Sasuke and the Espada. One wore a pink kimono and a straw hat, the other had white robes draped over his shoulders and coughed lightly into a sleeve. That's enough, said the man in the kimono, Shunsui Kirikou. The white-haired man beside him, Jaishur Yukatake, glanced down at Sasuke, then up at Grimjo and Ulquiorra. He's not ready to die yet. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Grimjo scoffed, you guys again? You gonna play hero now? Shunsui gave a small shrug. Not heroes. Just, we felt bad for the kid. Sasuke looked between them, confused and angry. Who the hell are you? We're from an organization called the Godai 13, Yukatake answered gently. Let's just say, we're not enemies. Not yours. Grimjo looked ready to fight again, but Ulquiorra placed a hand on his shoulder. It's not worth it, he said. Mission complete. With that, Grimjo and Ulquiorra turned and vanished into the shadows as quickly as they'd come. Shunsui and Yukatake knelt beside Sasuke, who still breathed heavily, face filled with rage and confusion. You're lucky we came when we did, Shunsui said with a smirk, tapping his hat back. Come in, kid. Let's get you out of here. Sasuke didn't resist. There wasn't much fight left in him. In a shimmer of spiritual energy, they vanished. From deep below the earth, Black Zetsu watched everything unfold through the roots of the ground like a ghostly spectre. His yellow eye gleamed from the shadows. Good, he thought, merging deeper into the soil. Everything is falling into place. He sank below, silent, waiting for the next move. Chapter 17 The Calm Before the Storm. POV, Sasuke Uchiha. The cave was quiet, too quiet. A low breeze from its mouth whispered past me, carrying the faint scent of stone and moss. Water dripped from a distant stalactite, echoing through the wide, hollow space like a ticking clock. I sat on a ledge carved into the cave wall, arms crossed, eyes locked on the two strangers who had just saved my life. They didn't speak much, not at first. Just stood there, like shadows cast by some distant sun, watching me with unreadable expressions. The one in the straw hat, Shunsui, leaned lazily against the cave wall, his pink kimono practically glowing in the pale light. The other, Yukatake, knelt near a small fire, warming his hands even though the cave wasn't cold. My blade still lay across my lap. I hadn't put it away. I wasn't sure I could trust them. But I wasn't stupid either. They'd saved me. And I needed answers. I looked at them, finally breaking the silence. Who are you, really? Shunsui's lips quirked into a half-smile. Took you long enough to ask. Yukatake gave a faint chuckle but didn't turn away from the fire. We're part of a group called the Godai 13. I frowned. Never heard of it. You wouldn't have, Yukatake replied softly. We aren't from this world. That got my attention. I sat up straighter, eyes narrowing. Then what are you doing here? Shunsui shifted, letting his hat tilt slightly forward. We were sent here to deal with the Espada. The ones who killed Orochimaru and Kabuto, I said. He nodded. Grimsho. Ulquiorra. They're powerful beings, dangerous. The Godii 13 exists to maintain a balance. Wherever the Espada go, we follow. I stared at him. Why did they target Orochimaru? Yukate's expression darkened slightly. Maybe he did something to provoke them. The Espada don't operate by any moral code. Power attracts power, and Orochimaru had been playing with forces he didn't understand. That made sense. Orochimaru always thought he could control anything: death, immortality, even me. But he was wrong. I looked down at my hands. They weren't shaking. I didn't feel anything. Not grief. Not anger. Just a numb acceptance. He was dead. Kabuto too. I hadn't done it, but it didn't matter. I would've. I planned to. So in a way, this changed nothing. You don't seem too torn up about it, Shunsui noted, watching me from the corner of his eye. I met his gaze without flinching. He was a stepping stone. Yukate gave a small sigh, but didn't argue. Silence returned for a moment. I leaned back, resting my head against the cave wall. The fire cracked quietly. Shadows danced along the rock like ghosts. You're strong, I said finally. Shunsui smirked. Flattery won't get you far with us, kid. It's not flattery, I replied. It's observation. He tipped his hat back with a finger. And what are you observing now? That if I trained under you, I could surpass everyone. Neither of them responded right away. I didn't need them to. The idea was already forming in my mind. I didn't care who they were, what world they came from, or even what this Godii 13 was about. Power was power. And if these two could go toe-to-toe with monsters like Grimjo and Ulquiorra, then I needed to learn from them. I thought of Naruto. Of Itachi. Of the path still ahead of me. I would need more than Sharingan. I needed to be more than Uchiha. I needed to become something else. Yukate looked at me finally, a calm gaze behind tired eyes. Training under us wouldn't be easy. We don't coddle. We don't slow down for pride or pain. I don't want easy, I said. Shunsui chuckled. He's got spirit. Might be fun after all. I closed my eyes, letting the warmth of the fire brush over my skin. The silence settled again. But this time, it wasn't awkward. It was purposefully still. Like the moment before a storm. And in that stillness, I made my decision. I will learn everything they know. I will take their strength and make it my own. And when the time comes, no one Itachi, Naruto, even the Akatsuki will be able to stop me. I didn't realize it until that moment, but a fire had started inside me. One far hotter than any I'd felt under Orochimaru's teachings. This was the beginning of something new. Chapter 18 Chains of Ice and Fire. POV, Akainu, Sakazuki. I didn't like being stopped. Especially not by masked nobodies in cloaks who thought standing in my way was anything less than suicide. The gates of Konoha loomed behind them, not particularly impressive, certainly not for a place that called itself the strongest hidden village. 4 ANBU, all posturing like they'd do something if I took one step closer. I didn't move. Didn't raise a fist or light a single spark. But the ground beneath me sizzled. Steam rose slowly around my boots, cracking the dirt as the heat simmered from within. I clenched my fist, chakra coiling just beneath the surface like lava under rock. Step aside, I said. Calmly. State your business, the tallest ANBU replied, his mask shaped like a hawk's face. I stared at him. Did he think I'd answer? Before I could speak again, and I was right on the edge of making an example, someone appeared in a blink. Kakashi Hatake, Kizaru muttered next to me, hands in his pockets as he chewed lazily on a piece of candy. Copy ninja, hey. Kakashi landed smoothly between the ANBU and me, one hand lifted in a pacifying gesture. Stand down, he told the ANBU. These two are with us. The ANBU hesitated. Kakashi didn't repeat himself. Slowly, they stepped aside, and I relaxed my hand. Just a little. He turned to me. Sorry. Protocol. You can't just walk into Konoha. I don't like being stopped, I replied, blunt. Kakashi's one visible eye crinkled. I gathered that. Where's your Hokage? I asked. Come on. Lady Tsunade's expecting you. We followed him through the streets, crowded, busy, full of shinobi and civilians alike. It smelled like earth and ramen. Some kids stopped to stare. A few Jainin narrowed their eyes, instinctively tense. They could feel it. They didn't know who we were, but they knew we weren't normal. Kizaru stayed relaxed, whistling a tune softly, but I could tell even he was scanning every shadow. We weren't here to cause a scene. Not yet. Eventually, we reached the Hokage's tower. Inside, Tsunade was already waiting. She didn't rise when we entered. Just looked at us with sharp, golden eyes, a sake cup in one hand and a mountain of paperwork in front of her. You must be the Marines, she said. I didn't respond. Kizaru nodded. Yes, ma'am. Vice Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu. Here on behalf of the world government. Strange, she muttered, setting her cup down. Never heard of this world government. It's not part of your world, I replied. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to be comforting or threatening? I didn't answer. Kakashi stepped in. They helped during the sand mission. Their strength speaks for itself. Tsunade exhaled through her nose. I don't care if they beat gods, I don't like unknown factors. Kizaru smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. We're just here to help. I crossed my arms. Wherever the Akatsuki go, we'll follow. And destroy. Tsunade met my gaze evenly. I'm watching both of you. Carefully. POV, Kyuzen, Aokiji. The frozen wolves padded silently across the snowy terrain, their breath misting in the cold air. Each one was formed entirely from my ice, tall, sleek, powerful, and chained together with thick, glimmering cords of frost. At the center, dragging behind like a sunken mountain, was the three-tailed beast. It was unconscious, encased in a half-shell of glacial prison, its chakra pulsing faintly inside. The wolves didn't seem to notice. They pulled without effort. Toby, still wearing that ridiculous swirling mask, walked beside me. You really are something else, Kyuzen, he said cheerfully, his voice echoing with a mix of mischief and something else, something darker. That jutsu was beautiful. Efficient. Ice is always efficient, I said, not looking at him. He laughed. Don't you get cold? No. He skipped ahead a few steps, hands behind his back like a child on a field trip. So, you're Marines. I heard you're not with them anymore. I gave him a glance. Traitors, right, he continued. Your kind always has a falling out. Power's funny like that. I'm not your kind, I muttered, but he just laughed again. Same goal, different masks, Toby said. But I like you, Kyuzen. I think we're going to get along very well. I didn't reply. I watched the wolves pull the tailed beast forward, and my mind drifted not to the mission, not to the Akatsuki, not even to Zetsu, but to the silence of the snow and the whispers in the wind. This world was changing. And I was part of it now. Chapter 19 Fire, Light, and Steel. POV, Akainu, Sakazuki. Tsunade's office was stifling. Not because of the heat I was the heat, but because of the tension. She didn't trust us, and she didn't hide it. That kind of honesty I respected. Didn't mean I cared. She finally stood, stretching her shoulders before turning to Kakashi. Show them around, she ordered curtly. Let the village get used to their faces. They've done enough to warrant some respect, but I want eyes on them at all times. Kakashi nodded with his usual calm. Let's go, he said, turning to us. Outside, the sunlight stung like a fresh forge, and Konoha bustled with shinobi life. Civilians hurried through streets, and Chunin darted along rooftops. Eyes followed us wherever we went. The heat in my chest simmered not from anger, but the readiness to react. I didn't like being watched. We walked in silence for a moment before Kakashi spoke, his voice low. You mentioned something before, about Marines. About a world government. I've never heard of them. You wouldn't have, I said. Your world is too small. Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. Do you know Shanks? I paused. Kizaru answered before I could. Of course we do. He's one of the 4 emperors. Kakashi looked intrigued. 4 emperors. I nodded. Shanks. Kaido. Big Mom. Whitebeard. They rule the seas with power. No one challenges them lightly. You seem to know a lot, Kakashi said, glancing sideways at me. I didn't bother responding. Of course I knew. Zetsu made us to know. Footsteps approached behind us. Kizaru tilted his head slightly and smiled without turning around. Hey! Naruto's voice called. I turned, and the boy jogged up, followed closely by Sakura. His eyes were wide with questions. Again. You guys are so cool, he said, pointing at Kizaru. How'd you move so fast during that fight? It was like light. Kizaru chuckled. That's because it was light. Hey? Really? He's the light admiral, Sakura offered quietly, studying us. And, you're the fire admiral. Close enough, I grunted. Naruto's face scrunched with curiosity. So, you're part of the Marines, right? What is that? Like, another ninja village. Kizaru's eyes twinkled with fake friendliness. We enforce the will of the world government across the Grand Line. We keep pirates and monsters in check. Naruto blinked. Grand Line. Kakashi quietly watched, processing everything. Sakura crossed her arms. And Shanks is one of the emperors you mentioned. Yes, I answered. One of the most powerful. Dangerous, too. He didn't seem bad, Naruto muttered, thinking of the red-haired man who'd smiled before vanishing. Kizaru grinned again. Not all emperors wear their evil on their sleeves. POV, Sasuke Uchiha. The cave echoed with the clash of steel. Sweat slid down my temple as I brought the sword down, hard, against the stone dummy. Sparks flew. Again. And again. Each strike felt cleaner. Sharper. Not like the wild, angry cuts I used against Orochimaru. These had purpose. Yokotake stood nearby, observing with a faint smile. He didn't speak unless necessary. Shunsui, on the other hand, leaned lazily against the wall, sipping from a jug and watching with half-lidded eyes. Better, Yokotake finally said. Your grip is more relaxed. You're thinking less. Let your instincts speak through the blade. I nodded, silently. Swordsmanship. That's what they were teaching me. I didn't question why. It felt right. The strikes, the focus, it reminded me of attacking. The precision. The control. But this wasn't for revenge. Not anymore. It was power. Real power. Not tricks like Orochimaru. Not poisons or snakes. Raw, unrelenting control. Do you hate us? Shunsui asked suddenly, peeking at me from under his hat. I stopped mid-swing. No, I answered truthfully. I didn't care that they killed Orochimaru. He was a means to an end, and in the end, I would have killed him myself. Maybe I should have. Good, Yukatake said gently. Because you're not our prisoner. You're our student. I looked down at the blade. It reflected only my own shadow. I want to be stronger, I said, quietly. Then swing, Yukatake said. Swing until the weight disappears. I did. Again. And again. In the silence of the cave, with nothing but the sound of steel and breath, I began to understand. Strength didn't always roar. Sometimes, it whispered through discipline. And I was listening. Chapter 20, Adjustments in the Dark. POV, Black Zetsu. The room was dimly lit, the shadows stretching across the walls like hungry claws. Pain stood tall at the center of the Akatsuki gathering, his chakra oppressive and heavy. Everyone listen, his voice rang out, sharp and cold. These new forces, these so-called Marines, are disrupting our plans. And we've only secured 2 of the tailed beasts. That's unacceptable. A few glances shifted around the room. Sasori leaned silently against the wall, while Deidara scowled under his scope. Haiden yawned, spinning his triple-bladed scythe lazily, while Kisame grinned like he always did, hungry for more blood. Pain's eyes swept over them. From now on, we abandon the partner system. It's no longer viable. The atmosphere tightened. You'll work in squads of 4. The strength of our enemies is increasing, and we can't afford more setbacks. He pointed slowly with 2 fingers, designating the new squads. Itaki, Kisame, Kakuzu, Haiden, you're one group. Kisame chuckled. Well, this is gonna be fun. Haiden scoffed. I swear if Kisame tries to eat anything that bleeds again. Shut it, Kakuzu grunted. Deidara, Sasori, Tobi, and Kyuzan, you're another group. Sasori gave a quiet click with his tongue. Deidara muttered, TCH, this clown again, glancing at Tobi. Tobi gave a cheerful wave. Yay! Team Art and Ice. Kyuzan, ever calm, just nodded once, saying nothing. Pain's gaze turned to the 2 figures beside him. Konan and I will remain separate. Our tasks require mobility. Then his gaze shifted to the corner of the room, where the shadows deepened. From the ground, I rose. Black Zetsu. You will work alone. I nodded. Pain stepped forward slightly, eyes narrowing. What intel do you have? I kept my voice low, calm. These Marines, there are 3 of them we've confirmed. Akainu, who manipulates lava. Kizaru, who controls light. And Kyuzan, who wields ice. Pain's Rinnegan seemed to pulse. They aren't shinobi. Their powers are different. Alien, even, I added, letting that settle. And Orochimaru? Konan asked, arms folded. I paused for just the right beat. Dead. A wave of shock passed through the room, subtle but real. Cause? Pain asked sharply. I shrugged slowly. Unknown. We've detected no Akatsuki involvement. Whoever did it, they were efficient. Problematic, Pain muttered. That snake had knowledge we needed. Silence held for a few seconds. Pain spoke once more. Then we adapt. We proceed as planned, but we move carefully. Gather intel. Capture the next targets. And crush anyone who gets in our way. Everyone gave their quiet affirmations, some more irritated than others, before the meeting dispersed. I sank back into the earth, becoming one with the shadows once more. My form melted into the ground, but my thoughts continued to stir. 3 admirals, and now even the Espada walk this world. Forces are aligning. It's becoming exactly what I hoped. The balance will tilt. And in the chaos, I will rise. Chapter 21, No Room for Doubt. POV, Black Zetsu. Darkness wrapped around me like a second skin, the cool soil of the underground chamber pulsing with silent life. Across from me stood Obito, his mask glinting slightly from the dim chakra lanterns illuminating the small cave. I observed him closely. He had come alone, as I requested. "You're worried," I began, my voice calm and slippery, echoing through the chamber like a shadow whisper. Obito stood still, arms crossed. With all the new factors, the Marines, the Godi I-13, and whoever killed Orochimaru, can we still enact the infinite Tsukuyomi? I stared for a moment before responding, letting the silence dig into him. It can still be done. He didn't look convinced. I took a step forward, folding my arms. These are complications, yes. But if anything, they've only proven one thing: we need you stronger. He tilted his head slightly. If you had the second Kamui, you'd be untouchable. Obito scoffed, shaking his head. That's not how this works. Power isn't everything. No, I thought silently, but believing it is will keep you from questioning the plan. You're already a ghost, I said aloud. You slip through anything. But imagine 2 Kamui eyes, no chakra cost for intangibility, total spatial control, dimensional manipulation, no one would touch you. Not even Pain. Not even Madara. Obito frowned, almost defensive. That's not the goal. We don't need that much power. I gave a quiet hum. Maybe not, but it'd certainly help, wouldn't it? He didn't reply. I could see it now, the idea sinking its hooks into him. That small, quiet what if already rooting deep. Yes, I thought. Focus on that. Obsess over it. Plan nothing else. Because if you think that one thing will solve everything, then I'll be the only one truly planning. I turned, sinking into the earth once more. POV, Yucatake. The walk to Konoha was uneventful, the wind quiet and the leaves barely rustling. Sasuke walked beside me, hands tucked into his sleeves, his usual brooding silence following him like a cloud. Shunsui chuckled softly from behind, hat tilted low. You look like you are walking to your own execution, Sasuke. I'm not going back, Sasuke muttered, voice firm. They'll just try to imprison me. I gave him a calm smile. You're not going back to live. You're meeting someone. That's all. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't resist. As we passed through the gates, the guards didn't stop us. Word had already reached Konoha. Akainu and Kizaru were waiting near the Hokage monument, standing side by side in their long coats, nearly blending with the cliff's shadow. Akainu's expression didn't change as we approached. Kizaru gave a slight wave. Yo, Yucatake. Shunsui. Sasuke's eyes widened. Them. We weren't alone. From the trees emerged Kakashi, mask over his mouth and Sharingan hidden under his Hitai-8. His eyes locked instantly on Sasuke. Sasuke? Kakashi asked, stepping forward. From behind him, more figures emerged: Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. Naruto's mouth opened, eyes wide. Sasuke. Sakura took a step forward, half smiling, uncertain. Sasuke didn't move. His face remained unreadable. Just as Naruto took another step, Shunsui moved in front of Sasuke, hat tilted. "We're only here to talk," he said, casually but firmly. Yokotake nodded. "Sasuke's presence here is part of an agreement." Kakashi frowned. "What agreement?" Akainu answered, arms crossed. "I've decided to take Sasuke under my wing for training." Kakashi blinked. "You're training him?" "I need soldiers," Akainu replied flatly. "Strong ones. Capable ones. He fits the mold." Naruto took another step. "Sasuke, come on, we're your friends." "You don't have to." "He's already made the decision," Kizaru said lazily, hands in his pockets. Sasuke looked at Naruto but said nothing. Kakashi turned toward Akainu, tense. "You're just going to take him?" Akainu looked back calmly. "That's the plan." Before anyone could respond, a new voice cut through the space like a blade. "You can't take him." Everyone turned sharply. Danzo stepped forward, his ever-stoic face betraying nothing. "This boy is a Konoha Ronin and property of this village. I won't permit foreign soldiers to remove him." Akainu stared at Danzo silently, his jaw twitching. Tension rippled through the air. But no one moved. No one spoke. Not yet. The silence held like a storm building. Chapter 22, The Heat Beneath the Leaves. POV, Akainu, then Sasuke. The Hokage's office was still echoing with the last words from Danzo when we stepped outside. The wind was quiet, but the tension in the air was suffocating. The kind of silence that came before the lightning cracked. I could feel it. Kizaru could feel it. Danzo had no intention of letting us leave. Not with Sasuke. Not with what he wanted. The courtyard outside was empty at first, too empty. Konoha was never this quiet. Even when we arrived, it had felt like a place full of noise, of people. Now it was all eyes behind masks. Root. Anbu, in numbers I hadn't seen since the war days in my own world, lined the rooftops and branches above us. Their presence wasn't shown through movement, but the absence of nature itself. Birds weren't chirping. Wind didn't pass through. Sasuke, standing just behind Yokotake and Shunsui, glanced up. He saw it too. I heard his breath catch, but not out of fear. Out of memory. "Stand down," Kakashi said sharply, stepping forward between us and the Root squad. "You've already crossed a line." Danzo stepped through the open door behind us, unbothered. Calm, in the way only men with too much power and too little fear can be. He looked at Kakashi first. Then at Sasuke. "You think we'll let this rogue leave with foreign elements that don't even exist in our records?" Danzo said, folding his arms. "You're a fool, Hatake." Kakashi's hand hovered over his kunao pouch. "You don't get to decide that." Danzo's eye narrowed. "I already have." From his sleeve, his hand began to twitch. He reached for his wrappings and with a single motion, tore them off. There was a sound, subtle and terrible. Like skin peeling off old wounds. Sasuke's eyes widened. So did Kakashi's. Even Shunsui stopped fidgeting with his hat. "What is that?" Yokotake asked, voice low. Dozens of Sharingan blinked open along Danzo's exposed arm. Each eye gleamed with stolen hatred, each one echoing a story that had never been his to tell. "No," Sasuke said softly. Then louder. "No." His voice cracked sharper than any blade. He stepped forward without permission. Yokotake reached a hand to stop him, but Sasuke shrugged it off. "You," he said, voice trembling. Those are my clan's eyes." Danzo didn't even flinch. "They are the property of the village now." Sasuke's rage turned to something colder. You butchered them. I did what was necessary to protect the village, Danzo replied. Unlike your brother, who had the decency to follow orders. A blade of lightning surged through Sasuke's palm. I'm going to kill you. He launched forward. Yokotake and Shunsui didn't stop him. Kakashi was frozen. Torn. I moved first, slamming a foot into the dirt to raise a wall of molten rock between Danzo and the incoming Chidori blade. Sasuke crashed into the lava shield, skidding back but not harmed. Sasuke, I said. Not yet. He's mine. I grabbed him by the collar. You're not strong enough. He shook violently in my grip, not from fear, but from fury. I'll kill him. He has their eyes, he has their eyes. My mother, my father. He's not your target right now, I said, voice like thunder. Focus. Danzo had already drawn kunai. His Sharingan arm glistened in the dying sunlight, casting cruel reflections. The Uchiha were a disease. I cured Konoha of them. You coward, Kakashi spat. The first root ninja moved. 3 from the left, 5 from the right. More dropping from the branches like shadows. Kizuru disappeared in a blink of light. Behind the root operatives. Pew! 5 bodies dropped, clean holes in their chests before they hit the ground. Shunsui sighed. I was really enjoying the quiet. He drew both blades. Yokotake stepped next to Sasuke. Stay close. More root emerged. Explosions followed. A barrage of chakra attacks, fire, wind, earth, water combining, targeting. I slammed my fists together and brought up a dome of lava. Steam erupted, blocking visibility for a moment. When it cleared, the ground was scorched. 5 root agents were ash. But more kept coming. Sasuke dodged a spear. Countered with a slice of his own. He moved with precision faster than before, sharper. Every time he saw Danzo, his fury ignited again. His chakra flared like a storm ready to break loose. Danzo didn't hide. He didn't have to. With every death, one Sharingan eye on his arm closed. He was burning through Izanagi with no concern. And then it happened. Sasuke broke through the chaos. Inches from Danzo. Sword drawn. Chidori enhanced. Danzo's kunai met the blade, sparks flying. You're just like your brother, Danzo said through gritted teeth. Arrogant. Soft. I'm nothing like him, Sasuke snarled. He dropped low. Slashed upward. Danzo jumped back. Sasuke chased. Another Izanagi. A blade through Danzo's chest only for him to vanish. Sasuke turned, already swinging for where he'd reappear. But Danzo was gone. Flash. Kizuru reappeared next to me. He's running, he said casually. Your little Uchiha's fire scared him. I didn't give permission to run, I growled. I stomped the earth and sent a wave of molten rock across the forest line. Trees collapsed. The explosion of flame lit up the night sky. But Danzo was already gone. Retreating. The root began to pull back too. And then, silence. All that remained was the ruined field, the flickering lava, and the heavy breaths of those still standing. Sasuke dropped to one knee. Not from exhaustion but fury. I could see his hands trembling. Shunsui walked over, resting a hand on his shoulder. He'll get what's coming, he said gently. Sasuke didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the place Danzo had vanished. Yokotake stepped beside me. We'll need to be careful. That man, he's a cancer. I nodded. Next time, we won't hold back. Kakashi approached. Naruto and Sakura behind him. He said nothing. But he looked at Sasuke with something heavy in his gaze. Loss. Guilt. Sasuke didn't meet it. Chapter 23, Embers of Vengeance. POV, begins with Kakashi, transitions to Sasuke, ends with Black Zetsu. Kizaru, wait. Kakashi's voice cut through the heavy silence like a blade, but it was too late. Sasuke was already in Kizaru's grip, the admiral's arm around his shoulder like a casual escort, but his eyes never left Kakashi's. They flickered like embers, wild and restless. Shunsui and Yokotake moved in tandem beside Akainu, their expressions unreadable. Yokotake nodded once to Kakashi, solemnly. Regretfully. Don't do this, Kakashi said again, stepping forward, hand hovering near his kunao pouch. His voice was strained, desperate. You're taking him against the village's will. I believe you're mistaken, Akainu growled, stepping up beside Kizaru. We're doing what you wouldn't. He needs strength. We can give it to him. Kakashi clenched his fists. And what's the cost? Sasuke's jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything. A dozen Anbu suddenly dropped from the surrounding rooftops and trees, steel gleaming, Chakra tense. Return the Uchiha to the Hokage, the leader barked, his mask shaped like a snarling dog. Akainu narrowed his eyes. You're welcome to try. The earth trembled slightly as his foot shifted. Heat began to rise from the ground. The grass singed beneath his boots. Kizaru smiled, half-lidded and carefree. I suggest you don't. Would be such a hassle, wouldn't it? The air thickened, tension twisting into something lethal. One of the Anbu flinched. It was enough. Krokoom. Light exploded across the courtyard. A flash from Kizaru. Searing heat from Akainu. The Anbu didn't stand a chance. Before Kakashi could even react, 4 of them were unconscious on the ground, groaning in pain. 2 were encased in molten rock. Another was tied in tendrils of light so bright they scorched the stone beneath them. Kakashi lunged forward. Only for Shunsui's blade to block him. Don't, Shunsui said, voice low but steady. This is what he needs. You know that. Kakashi stared into the captain's calm eyes. And what if he becomes a monster under them? Shunsui smiled sadly. He already is. Sasuke didn't resist as Kizaru held his shoulder, his legs moving forward like dead weight. His eyes never looked back. POV shift, Sasuke. He hadn't said a word the entire way. The forest passed in a blur. He didn't even know when the Konoha walls disappeared behind him. He didn't care. Sasuke's hands were shaking, but not from fear. Not this time. It was rage. Cold, coiled deep in his spine. Wrapping around his lungs. His eyes burned not from emotion, but from the sharp pressure of fury building in his skull. Danzo. The arm. His clan's eyes. He clenched his jaw hard enough to hurt. 100 times he had imagined attack his blade. 1,000 times he'd replayed his family's corpses. But this was worse. He had already accepted the betrayal. He had never imagined others would wear their faces. Beside him, Akainu walked in heavy silence, his steps echoing against the earth like judgment itself. You're weak, the admiral said finally. Sasuke didn't look at him. You let your anger control you. You can't even kill one crippled old man. Sasuke's chakra flared. I'll kill you if you keep talking like that. Akainu snorted. Try. Maybe it'll finally teach you something. Sasuke turned to him sharply, his Sharingan spinning. What the hell do you think I'm doing here? Akainu's eyes flat, cold, empty of any true emotion locked with his. You're here because you don't want to be attacked as little shadow anymore. Sasuke's breath caught. You think he killed your clan and that was the end of it? No. He let them be desecrated. He let Danzo take their eyes. Shut up. He knew. And he still left their bodies in the dirt. And you're wasting time sulking like a child. I said shut up. Akainu's aura ignited, lava boiling at his feet. The heat scalded the air between them. But he didn't move. Neither did Sasuke. For a long, horrible second, they stared each other down. Then Akainu said, if you want revenge, boy, train until your enemies can't breathe when you walk into a room. Sasuke didn't respond. But he didn't look away either. POV shift, Black Zetsu. In the darkest part of the world, under earth and shadow, Black Zetsu opened his slitted eyes. Danzo's time was running short. That man had grown reckless. Sloppy. Revealing the Sharingan in front of Sasuke, of all people. It wasn't just foolish. It was suicidal. And Zetsu intended to make sure it ended that way. He rose from the stone, silent and unseen. Obito was too distracted. Pain was too consumed with tailed beasts. Zetsu's whispers traveled further past the wind, through cracks in time, until they reached the depths of another place. A cold place. Hueco Mundo. Grimsho. Ulquira. Two figures lifted their heads. Zetsu's voice slithered through their minds like a promise. You have a new target. Danzo Shimura. Let the Uchiha's fury become the weapon. And let Danzo drown in it. Chapter 24, Pieces in Motion. POV, Kakashi Kyuzen. POV, Kakashi. The Hokage's office was dead silent. Only the faint rustle of papers and the distant screech of a bird outside the window reminded Kakashi that the world still moved beyond these walls. Tsunade stood at her desk, fists clenched. The veins on her forehead pulsed as she listened. You're telling me Danzo attacked Akainu, Kizaru, and several foreign shinobi in the middle of the village? Kakashi, hands in his pockets, nodded. His face was unreadable, but the tension in his jaw gave him away. Yes. Root ambushed them. Shunsui and Yokotake were present too. Then Danzo revealed an arm, covered in Sharingan. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, but her expression quickly twisted into something cold. How many? At least 10. Maybe more. Tsunade sat down slowly, fingers steepled together as if trying to hold back the storm in her thoughts. That bastard. How long has he been? I don't know. But Sasuke saw them. And when he did, he lost it. Kakashi looked away, remembering the fire in Sasuke's eyes. The fury. The silence that followed. The way he let himself be taken. Tsunade exhaled slowly. So they've taken him. Again. Kakashi didn't answer. He didn't need to. He's going to fall, Kakashi, she said softly. You know that. He met her gaze. Maybe. But he still has a chance. Tsunade's fingers tightened. We'll discuss this more later. I need to contact the fire daimyo. And I'll have the Anbu investigate Danzo's last known locations. Kakashi gave a short nod. Understood. As he turned to leave, he paused. One more thing. Tsunade glanced up. He wasn't afraid, Tsunade. Not of us. Not of anyone. Then he vanished into the shadow of the hall. POV, Kyuzen, Aokiji. Ice fish stew, hey. Toby sat cross-legged across from Kyuzen, his mask tilted in curiosity. You know, I've never actually eaten fish before. I mean, like fish this cold. Is it supposed to taste like sadness? Kyuzen didn't respond. He casually spooned another bite of the half-frozen stew into his mouth and chewed slowly, his expression indifferent. You don't talk much, hey? Toby tilted his head. You're one of those cool types. Like, literal cool. Kyuzen sipped something from a tin cup. You talk too much. Toby made an exaggerated gasp. Oh ho! He speaks. The former admiral leaned back against the cave wall. A faint chill followed, frost spreading slightly behind his shoulders where they touched stone. Toby leaned in, head cocked. So what's it like betraying your entire organization and joining a terrorist cult? Kyuzen's eye flicked to him, half-lidded. Overrated. Fair enough. Toby stood, spinning on one foot. You helped catch the three tails. That makes you very useful, Mr. Blue Man. Very useful indeed. Kyuzen didn't respond. Toby peered at him a little closer. You're not planning anything, are you? Only finishing my meal. Ha, you're funny. I like you. Kyuzen exhaled into the cold air, steam curling from his lips like a fading memory. POV, Reikage. The storm outside the Reikage's tower mirrored the tension inside. Thunder rolled in the distance as I stood before a wide-open window, hands clasped behind his back. B leaned against a pillar behind him, arms crossed, face unusually serious until he broke into a low hum. Yo bro, you called me in, tell me what's going on, where do I begin? I didn't smile. He turned around, his gaze sharp. New intel. The Marines Akainu and Kizaru, they've been operating in allied nations. Helping the Leaf. Fighting the Akatsuki. B blinked. And that's a bad thing. There's more. I crossed the room in 2 steps, voice low. Another Admiral Aokiji has defected. Joined the Akatsuki. He helped them capture the three tails. B's easygoing expression faded. I continued, tone like steel. That means they have at least 3-tailed beasts. And if these new forces keep disrupting balance, we're next. B tapped his chin thoughtfully, then broke into a verse. They want tailed beasts, they're coming for me. I ain't gonna sit still and sip some tea. But bro, you know I'm strong and quick. They'll need more than that to pull a trick. I raised a brow. That's why you're not leaving the village anymore. B's eyes widened. What? You'll stay close to Yujito at all times. If they're targeting hosts, I want both of you where I can see you. B opened his mouth, ready to argue, but I cut him off with a glare. I'm not asking, B. I'm telling. B growled under his breath, arms folded. Fine, but I'm not giving up my rhymes. I smirked just slightly. You never do. Outside, lightning cracked across the sky. Storms were gathering. Everywhere. Chapter 25, Storms Within. POV, Sasuke Akainu / Kizaru attack Adanzo Grimjo / Ulquiera. POV, Sasuke. The cave air was dry. Dust clung to the floor like ash. Each step echoed as Sasuke walked forward, eyes locked on the man seated at the far end. Itaki Uchiha. His older brother. His murderer. His target. Sasuke's fists clenched at his sides as his sword jostled lightly against his hip. Behind him, Akainu and Kizaru took their positions near the entrance without a word. The moment the trap activated, the pair broke off, intercepting the 2 hidden chakra signatures lurking beyond Kakuzu and Kisame. But Sasuke didn't flinch. His world had narrowed to one person. One goal. I see you've come far, Itaka said, seated atop the stone throne like a quiet shadow. His voice, calm and eerily distant, rolled through the cave. I was beginning to wonder when you'd finally arrive. I'm ready, Sasuke said. He took another step forward, his Sharingan glowing bright. Itachi stood. His cloak shifted, the red clouds rippling. You've trained under interesting people. They're not people, Sasuke replied. They're teachers. Weapons. Means to an end. Itachi's gaze sharpened. And what about your friends? Sasuke paused. His mind briefly flashed to Naruto loud, determined. Sakura worried eyes. Kakashi's silent understanding. Shunsui's guidance. Yokotake's calm smile. Then his jaw tightened. They were distractions, he said flatly. I've been training my entire life for this. Itachi's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. Sasuke drew his blade. I'm going to kill you. POV, Akainu and Kizaru. The moment the trap seal lit the cave's entrance, Chakra exploded. Two shadows moved, Kakuzu from the left, Kisame from the right. Akainu's magma erupted in a pulse, melting through the stone under Kakuzu's feet. Lava tendrils surged, forcing the masked figure to leap back, threads snapping from his sleeve as he tried to counter. Don't interfere with the boy, Akainu growled. This isn't your business. Kakuzu chuckled, several of his masks erupting from his back. Orders are orders. Kizaru, light shimmering around him like a star, suddenly appeared beside Kisame in a blur. You're a strange one, Shark-man, was it? Kisame grinned, swinging same hata. You're fast. That's good. I've been needing a real fight. Light and blade collided. Magma sizzled. The entire front of the cave turned into a battleground. But neither admiral looked worried. This was nothing. POV, Itachi, inside the cave. Itachi blocked the first slash with minimal effort, Sharingan locking into Sasuke's as their swords screeched together. Sparks danced between them. You've improved. I don't want your compliments. Sasuke snarled. He drove his knee upward, forcing Itachi to release his grip and twist aside. Fire exploded from Sasuke's mouth, a roaring wall of heat and hate. Itachi leapt back, weaving signs, eyes flaring. Black flames sparked Amaterasu, but Sasuke vanished, reappearing to Itachi's right with his Chidori already charged. You never understood. Sasuke shouted as he struck. Itachi blocked with a clone poof and the clone exploded into crows. I did everything for the village, Itachi's voice echoed, disembodied. And you still came here full of hate. You slaughtered our clan. For peace. Liar. Sasuke's voice broke. His heart thundered in his chest, but not from fear. From betrayal. From years of silence. From staring down the ghost of his family. I'll bury your name, Itachi. I'll erase it. And the only thing they'll remember is the boy who killed you. POV, Danzo. The root base was colder than usual. Danzo's hands twitched as he stared at the reports scattered across the table. Akainu and Kizaru are within our walls. Marines, from some government we've never heard of. And that woman Tsunade lets them walk freely. He slammed his fist into the wood. One of the ANBU nearby didn't even flinch. They were trained better than that. She's compromised. Foolish. Weak. He turned. Where is the Uchiha boy? We lost visual contact near the eastern caves, sir. With multiple unidentified chakra signatures in the area. Find him. I will not allow a second Uchiha to slip through this village's hands. He walked toward a sealed door, hand ready to draw his blade when the wall behind him exploded. Dust and flame roared through the base. Two figures stepped through the smoke like death itself. Grimjo grinning like a madman, energy pulsing around him like a storm. Ulquiorra silent, cold, his eyes scanning the route like insects. Danzo Shimura, Grimjo said, cracking his knuckles. You've got something ugly in your soul. And we're here to break it. Danzo's eyes narrowed, his right arm twitching under the wrappings. How dare you? You're not a victim, Ulquiera cut in, voice like ice. You're filth. And the battle began. What if I'm Black Zetsu, and I have Chakra fruit? Chapter 26, Echoes of Resolve. POV, Sasuke. Itachi was on his knees. Blood trailed down the side of his mouth, the Mangeki Sharingan fading from his eyes. Sasuke stood in front of him, his blade lowered, chest heaving with shallow breaths. The air in the cave hung still. Itachi lifted a trembling hand, not in defense, not to attack but gently toward Sasuke's forehead. Like he had as a child. But Sasuke stepped back. You don't get to do that, he said. His voice cracked, not from sorrow, but from exhaustion. From years of obsession now realized. He didn't feel triumphant. Just hollow. You could have told me everything, he muttered, watching his brother slump forward and hit the ground. Dead. He didn't say anything else. He didn't scream. He didn't cry. He just turned. Behind him, the fight outside had already stopped. Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden stood silently at a distance, Kisame dragging his sword behind him with a blank expression. We're leaving, Kisame said, glancing once toward Itachi's body. None of them fought. None of them stayed. They just walked into the shadows and vanished. Seconds later, Akainu appeared beside Sasuke. He glanced at the body, then at Sasuke. You did it. Sasuke didn't answer. Good, Akainu muttered. Now let's move. And they disappeared in a burst of heat and flame. POV, Kyuzen. Snow drifted lightly as frozen wolves dragged the unconscious bodies of Han and Arshi Jinkriki of the 5 and 4 tails through a frost-covered valley. Kyuzen walked calmly beside them, his breath turning into mist in the air. Toby danced next to him. La la la, it's always good when we're winning. Kyuzen gave him a blank look, but said nothing. They arrived at a hidden cavern. Deep within, a massive holographic circle flickered to life, the Akatsuki's virtual meeting place, the Gedo Mazo towering in the center. Pain stood at the front, arms crossed. Konan beside him, as always. The remaining members gathered, Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, Kakuzu, Kisame, Toby, and now Kyuzen. Pain's eyes narrowed. Itachi is dead. A murmur passed through the group. He fought his brother, Kyuzen said simply, his arms folded. And lost. Unfortunate, Konan whispered. He was always unstable, Kakuzu muttered. Can't say I'm surprised. We continue, Pain declared. Begin sealing the 4 and 5 tails. The Gedo statue roared as the chakra of the 2 unconscious Jinkriki was slowly torn from them, dragged into the beast's mouth like fog. They all stood in silence. Watching power shift. POV, Noki Tsuchikage of Iwagakur. The old man trembled with fury as he slammed his cane against the polished stone floor. They took Han and Arshi, he spat. Lord Tsuchikage, his advisor whispered. We trained them. Trusted them. And those damn Akatsuki came and dragged them away like animals. He stared at the map of the elemental nations on his wall, red ink marked where the Akatsuki had struck. They're getting bold, he said, eyes narrowing. I want surveillance doubled at all our borders. And prepare our scouts. I won't sit around while they rip our country apart. Yes, sir. Noki turned, his back straight despite the pain. This wasn't over. POV, Tsunade Hokage of Kanahagakur. The Hokage's office was deathly quiet. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, her gaze heavy on the gathered shinobi. Kakashi, Shikamaru, Yamato, and Niji were present handpicked. They've captured 6 Jinchuriki now, Tsunade said coldly. We've lost Gaara, Yujito is under constant threat, and now Oniki just confirmed Han and Arshi are gone. Kakashi's eye narrowed. It's escalating. No, Tsunade said. It's war. She looked around the room. I've held back. Watched. Waited. But we can't let the Akatsuki keep gaining strength. What's the plan? Yamato asked. We hit them, she said, voice sharp. We gather intelligence, find their bases, and eliminate any member we can. I'm authorizing full-scale recon and assault missions. She stepped forward and placed a folder on the table. Each of you will lead a squad. We're bringing the fight to them. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but I get it. Good, Tsunade said. Because from this moment on we're at war with the Akatsuki. Chapter 27, Ripples in the Shadows. POV, Kisame. The sky over the fire temple was cloudy, a dull grey that matched the silence of the monks inside. Kisame Hoshigaki stood tall at the temple gates, Samehada resting lazily on his shoulder, grinning wide as always. Haiden stood beside him, bored and tapping his scythe against the ground. Kakuzu was ahead, already walking toward the temple's entrance. Creepy place, Kisame said, licking his lips. But I've always liked monks. They scream good. Let's get this over with, Kakuzu muttered. We need the bounty from Chiriko's head. Haiden groaned. Whatever. I'll take his blood either way. The monks barely had time to mount a defense. Kisame's blade tore through the gates like paper, and in minutes, the fire temple was bathed in blood. Bodies fell left and right, and the one they sought Chiriko was cornered, wounded, and finally brought down by Kakuzu. Another head for the bounty list, Kakuzu said coldly, wrapping Chiriko's body. They didn't stay long. They never did. POV, Team 10. Asuma Sarutobi stood between his team and the trio of S-rank criminals. The air was heavy. Koji and Ino were tense, while Shikamaru scanned the terrain. Don't let them bait you, Asuma warned, lighting his chakra blades. Kisame stretched his neck. More Konoha kids. How cute. Kakuzu didn't say a word. He was already attacking, threads launching forward like whips. Haiden laughed and charged. The fight was brutal. Asuma held his own, even managing to wound Haiden, but the Jashinist laughed through every injury. In the end, Asuma moved to protect his team and got caught in Haiden's ritual. Blood spilled. A circle was drawn. The agony in Asuma's face as the ritual sealed his fate was seared into his students' memories. Asuma collapsed, breath rattling, the life fading from his eyes. No! Ino screamed, rushing to his side. Shikamaru froze, disbelief and fury washing over him. Before they could act again, backup arrived, reinforcements from Konoha, led by Genma and Raid. Kakuzu grabbed Haiden by the arm. We're done. What? I was having fun, Haiden protested as they vanished into the forest. POV, Naruto. The sunlight streamed through the canopy as Naruto walked behind Yamato. The mood was subdued. He was expecting a new mission, maybe some training. He wasn't expecting Yamato to stop, turn to him, and say it. Asuma is dead. Naruto blinked. Wait, what? He was killed by the Akatsuki, Yamato said calmly, though his fists were clenched at his sides. Team 10 was there. They saw it happen. Naruto's breath caught. You mean? Shikamaru saw it. Yamato nodded. The rage swelled in Naruto's chest. The loss of Gaara had hurt. But this was closer. This was family. And this time, he wasn't going to wait around. POV, Grimjo. Danzo's root base was in ruins. Smoke curled from underground vents. The walls were cracked and scorched. And the bodies dozens of root operatives littered the corridors like discarded puppets. Grimjo stood atop a pile of rubble, cracking his neck. His blade was bloodied. TCH. Took longer than it should have. Bastard was slippery. Ulquiera emerged from the shadows, silent as ever, cloak billowing behind him. His emotionless eyes scanned the destruction. He used as an agi. Figured. Those damn eyes were cheating. Grimjo spat to the side. How many Sharingan do these leaf bastards hoard? It doesn't matter, Ulquiera replied. He's dead now. That was the mission. Grimjo glanced down at the smoking ruins. Still feels like a pain. He was hiding in every shadow. Ulquiera turned his back. Then we remove the shadows. They walked off without another word, the ground beneath them cracking as they vanished into the dusk. Chapter 28, Shifting Balance. POV, Tsunade. Tsunade sat still as stone in her office. Outside, the wind howled faintly through Konoha, but her mind was a storm of worse things. Stacks of mission reports, hospital requests, shinobi casualties, they blurred together now. She held a letter in her trembling hands. Eyes narrowed. Jaw clenched. Danzo is dead, she muttered. Shizuan stood nearby, pale and shaken. And Root is gone too. Who did it? Tsunade asked quietly. We don't know. The entire root base was leveled. No witnesses. No Chakra signature left behind. Tsunade's fist clenched around the scroll. Anasuma. Shizuan nodded grimly. Killed by Akatsuki. Haiden and Kakuzu. Team 10 was with him, but they couldn't stop it. Backup arrived too late. Tsunade looked out the window now. Everything's moving, too fast. We need to strike. No more waiting. She stood slowly. Prepare a meeting. Tell Kakashi I want the ANBU captains assembled. POV, Black Zetsu. Deep beneath the world, beneath the stone and roots and soil of centuries, Black Zetsu moved with purpose. He had sensed it. Long ago. Buried beyond even Kagaya's influence, forgotten by time, hidden by fate. The dormant husk of another 10 tails. One belonging to his Hitotsuki. And now, it was before him. A massive cocoon of otherworldly chakra, pulsing faintly in a cold underground chamber. He stood before it silently. Even you, Zetsu whispered, were foolish enough to plant your seed in this world. A long silence followed. Then Black Zetsu lifted his hands, began the incantation. Black mist enveloped the cocoon. The power flared, trying to resist. But Zetsu was relentless. His chakra, dark and ancient, burrowed into the core of the 10 tails, wrapping around it like a vice. The chakra shrieked. The air trembled. The earth cracked. Zetsu grit his teeth. His body ached from the pressure, his form shuddering, warping, straining, but he pushed forward. And then it was done. The chakra husk collapsed into him. The 10 tails' dormant energy sealed within his very body. He could feel it pulsing through his core, violent and raw, still adjusting. But it was his. He fell to one knee, panting. A wild, satisfied grin twisted across his face. I've stolen your heart, is Heike. He stood, taller than before. Power coiled off him like smoke. And now you're weaker. If you return, you'll find your greatest weapon gone. A pause. And me waiting. He sunk into the ground again, stronger than ever. More dangerous than before. And for the first time in a long time, he was ready. POV, pain. The sealing chamber was quiet, save for the deep hum of power. The 6 tails writhed in the grasp of the demonic statue. The Akatsuki stood in their circle, focused, silent, determined. Konan watched Pain with calm eyes. Almost complete. Then Black Zetsu rose from the floor. Pain turned slightly. Speak. I've found the 7 tails, Zetsu said plainly. She's young. Barely a teenager. One of us is more than enough to retrieve her. Pain's eyes narrowed. You wish to go alone? Zetsu tilted his head. No. Send Kisame. He's efficient. Merciless. He won't hesitate. Kisame grinned. You always pick me for the clean-up jobs. I pick you, Zetsu said, because you don't waste time. Pain gave a single nod. Go. As Kisame turned to leave, Zetsu thought quietly. If she's guarded, Kisame will handle it. If Naruto is there, and kills him, that's a problem. But the odds favor success. Better not to take that risk myself. I have more important plans. POV, Tsunade later that night. Thunder rolled outside. Tsunade stood by her window, watching the rain. 2 scrolls lay open on her desk. Asuma, deceased. Danzo, deceased. Root annihilated. Tsunade didn't cry. She didn't tremble. But she burned with resolve. The Akatsuki, and whatever these new forces are, they're pushing harder than ever. She looked out at the rain, her fists clenched. We're pushing back. Chapter 29, Brewing Storms and Blurred Lines. Switch POV to the hidden cloud village. The wind whipped through the high ridges of Kumagakure. Inside the Raikage's office, the mood was tense. I stood with his arms crossed, veins bulging in his biceps, while Yujito leaned casually against the wall nearby. B, seated on the edge of the desk, bounced a rhythm in his head but said nothing yet. They're planning something, I growled. Konoha's been quiet, too quiet. First the 3 tails. Then news of Orochimaru and Danzo's deaths. And now, that traitor admiral with the Akatsuki. Yujito nodded slowly. Kyuzan. He's dangerous. He didn't hesitate when freezing the 3 tails like it was nothing. B finally stood up, his voice more serious than usual, despite the rhyme laced beneath it. Killer B's here, no time for slackin'. If they come at us, they'll feel this rappin' and crackin'. But we better prepare, yo, storms in the air. I grunted, nodding. Both of you stay in the village. No patrols. If they want the 2 and the 2 tails, they'll have to come through me. Switch POV to Sasuke and Akainu, somewhere deep in a forest clearing. Sasuke leaned against a rock, arms folded, face unreadable. Akainu stood across from him, watching quietly. The silence between them stretched. You knew, Sasuke finally said. His voice was steady but low. About Ataki. Akainu's gaze didn't waver. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? The air grew thick. The leaves barely moved. It wouldn't have changed the mission, Akainu said. You needed to kill him. Whether you knew or not. Sasuke's fist clenched. He spared me. All those years, and he was suffering. He still murdered your clan. Children. Civilians. Even if he did it on Konoha's orders, that blood's on his hands. Akainu's tone didn't shift, it was the same cold, unfeeling mask he always wore. He chose the village over his family. But don't mistake it, Sasuke, your clan wasn't innocent either. They were planning a coup. War. A lot more people would have died. And what about you? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Why didn't you save the Uchiha? If you knew it was going to happen. Akainu was silent for a moment. I'm a marine. We operate in the shadows. We couldn't risk exposing ourselves to the world, not then. Not for one clan. You watched them die. I did, Akainu admitted without emotion. If you saw your own family being slaughtered, would you step in? Sasuke's eye twitched. I would. But what if stepping in meant losing your entire army? The soldiers who trusted you? Risking the entire mission. Akainu's voice dropped lower. Sometimes doing nothing is the only way to protect the bigger picture. Sasuke's Sharingan flared, his hands trembling. Then what makes you any different from Konoha? Akainu stepped closer, towering over him. Because unlike them, we don't pretend we're the good guys. That silenced Sasuke. He turned away, breathing hard. You still have a choice, Sasuke. You've killed Itachi. You've seen the truth. Now decide vengeance or something greater. Switch POV to Hidden Mist Village outskirts. Kisame stood near a riverbank, same hata on his back, his eyes narrowing as he walked alongside Black Zetsu. They stepped over the fallen trees and broken rocks until they found Herfu, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki resting near the stream, alone. She sensed them too late. Kisame didn't waste time. Same hata leapt from his back like a living beast, absorbing Chakra with terrifying speed. Fu screamed, trying to escape, but her legs gave out. Too late, Kisame said coldly, driving her into unconsciousness. Didn't even get to show off. She wasn't meant to, Black Zetsu muttered. Now let's move. Switch POV to Shikamaru in the forest, standing over Heiden's body. Blood stained the leaves. Shikamaru's hands were shaking, but he stayed calm. You talk too much, he said quietly, watching Heiden twitch in his pit. The curse ritual circle had been disrupted. The scythe was broken. Heiden screamed one last time before the shadows consumed him. Permanently. Troublesome bastard. Switch POV to Kakashi, moments away from ending Kakuzu. Lightning surged through his arm as Kakashi's Sharingan locked on the last of Kakuzu's hearts. Wait, Kakashi hesitated for a second. Tell me about Kyuzen. What's he planning? Kakuzu coughed blood, his stitched mouth curling into a sneer. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Kakashi didn't hesitate after that. The lightning pierced Kakuzu's chest, ending it. Switch POV to Kyuzen in the Akatsuki hideout. Toby leaned lazily against a wall, spinning a kunao in his fingers. Sasori and Deidara sat nearby, looking bored. Cloud Village, hey? Kyuzen asked, sipping a drink of water from his bottle. That's the idea, Toby said, voice still cheerful. We want the 2 tails and 8 tails. Pain gave the go-ahead. Yar, Kyuzen muttered. We'll need a distraction. Deidara smirked. Explosions are always good distractions. Sasori's puppet twitched behind him. We attack soon. Kyuzen nodded. Tonight. Make it messy. Chapter 30, Echoes of Power and Pieces in Motion. Switch POV, Akatsuki hideout dim, red light pulses in the cavern. The sealing ritual was nearing its end. The giant stone Gedo Mazo loomed above them, its mouth wide open as the 7 tails was pulled violently from Fu's unconscious body. Her chakra, like a smoky teal river, spiraled upward into the statue's waiting maw. The eyes of the Gedo Mazo glowed faintly, a deep, ominous hue. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Pain, standing at the head of the circle, didn't flinch as the final seal fell into place. The ground beneath them quaked slightly, and then stillness returned. That makes 7, Konan murmured, arms folded, her expression unreadable. We only need the 2, 8, and 9 tails, Pain declared, stepping back from the statue. Heiden and Kakuzu are dead. A setback, but not unexpected. There was a moment of silence as each remaining member processed the information. Deidara looked displeased. Sasori was silent. Toby simply hummed. From now on, Kisame will join Kyuzen's unit, Pain continued. Your team will handle the 2 tails and 8 tails. No mistakes. Kisame nodded, arms crossed. I'll clean up whatever mess is left. As for the 9 tails, Pain added, his Rinnegan scanning the circle, Konan and I will handle that ourselves. Toby tilted his head. Going alone? That's quite rare for you. The 9 tails Jinkriki is under close protection. It'll take precision, Konan said simply. And besides, we need to send a message, Pain finished. Switch POV, Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade's office. Tsunade stood silently at the window, arms crossed tightly over her chest. The golden afternoon light cast long shadows across her desk. Jiraiya stood near the door, his cloak fastened, his usual carefree expression absent. He didn't say anything at first. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. You don't have to do this alone. Jiraiya gave a faint smile, scratching the back of his neck. I do, actually. The Akatsuki are based in Omegakure. I'm the only one who can get in without being noticed. You could die. He didn't answer. Jiraiya. You're the Hokage now, Tsunade. You've got responsibilities. Let me do mine. He looked at her, serious now. I trained Naruto. I need to know what we're dealing with. She didn't respond, but her eyes glistened with unshed emotion. He turned to leave. Come back, she said, her voice trembling despite herself. Jiraiya paused at the door. I'll try. The door closed behind him, and Tsunade was left alone in silence. Switch POV, Sasuke Forest Base. Sasuke sat cross-legged beneath a tree, sweat glistening on his brow, breath slow and steady. His eyes were closed, but his mind was not. He replayed the moment Ataka fell. Over and over. Every word, every flicker of chakra. The pain wasn't like before, it wasn't rage anymore. It was clarity. Regret. Understanding. For the first time, he allowed himself to remember his brother's eyes not as an enemy, but as the older sibling who once held his hand. His chakras surged. Sasuke's eyes snapped open, 2 swirling, black tomo blades spun in his Sharingan, and with a deep, pulsing heat, they evolved. The Manjiki Sharingan awakened. He didn't cry. He simply stared ahead. So this is what it takes. Switch POV, unknown underground location, Black Zetsu's domain. The chamber was pitch black, lit only by a dim glow emanating from Black Zetsu's body. He sat cross-legged in the center of an ancient ceiling circle, etched in patterns older than memory. Symbols glowed faintly as the chakra of the 10 tails swirled into him, absorbed from the fragment he had stolen from his Haiki's domain. His body trembled not with weakness, but power. Unfiltered, ancient chakra flooded his essence, blending with his already malleable form. His tendrils writhed like serpents, and dark energy coiled around him in waves. So this is the might of the Tsutsuki's beast, he hissed in satisfaction. A memory flickered in his mind, is Haiki descending, furious and godlike, only to find his precious 10 tails torn from his grasp. He'll come looking, Zetsu murmured aloud, his voice dual-toned, vibrating unnaturally. But it'll be too late. He could feel it now, his influence growing. The 10 tails wasn't just a weapon. It was nourishment. His link to Kaguya, to ancient power, was stronger than ever before. His Haiki was weakened. Zetsu? Stronger than he had ever dreamed. And with the Akatsuki drawing closer to their goals, and the Marines moving on their own path, he whispered to himself. I just have to keep pushing the pieces. Chapter 31, The Fire That Stirs. Switch POV, Kuzen Thundercloud Ravine, edge of the Land of Lightning. The wind howled between the jagged cliffs as Kuzen stood calmly on a ridge, his cloak rippling behind him. Below, the lands of the hidden cloud stretched wide, dotted with lightning trees and the distant shimmer of the village's defense seals. Kisame approached with his usual sharp grin, same hada strapped to his back. The two stood in silence for a moment, before Kuzen turned to him. "You're late," he said coolly. Kisame scratched his neck. "I had to take the long route. Too many scouts out here." Kuzen nodded once, then unfurled a small map, freezing it mid-air with a touch of chakra. "This is the plan." He pointed to key marks on the map. "Deodara will start with an air raid. Bombs all over the valley just west of the village, enough to panic their radarnen and bring their defenses out." Kisame whistled. "Always the flashy one. That's the point. While they're distracted, I'll face the rakeage myself. I've been meaning to test how lightning fares against ice." "You sure you can take I?" Kisame asked, half joking. "I'm not underestimating him," Kuzen replied, tone flat. "But I'll be fine." He continued, "You'll engage Killer B. He's a Jinkraki, same as you handled before." Kisame's eyes lit up at the thought. "That sword's going to eat well tonight." "Sasori will deal with the two tails," Kuzen added, "and Tobi will handle the village's general forces. He's best suited for confusion and containment." Kisame gave a low chuckle. "This'll be fun." "Don't get sloppy," Kuzen warned, turning away. "We only get one shot." Switch POV, Jiraiya Omegakure. Rain fell endlessly in thin sheets, casting ripples across the grey rooftops. Jiraiya moved like a shadow through the city, hood drawn low, chakra suppressed as far as he could manage. It wasn't his first infiltration, but it might be the most dangerous. He pressed himself against the stone of a narrow alley. A path was approaching. Not just any civilian, he recognized the posture, the stiff gait. One of the 6 paths of pain. "So soon," he muttered, slipping a scroll from his sleeve. The path turned the corner and Jiraiya struck first. The scroll erupted in smoke as a tidal blast of oil surged forward, flames igniting instantly. Pain countered with a flick of his hand, the explosion blowing out the side of the building. Jiraiya leapt high, summoning a shadow clone mid-air. The real him landed on the roof. "Guess we're doing this now." The path below turned its head up to look at him, eyes cold and rippling. The first fight had begun. Switch POV, Sasuke Remote Training Base. Sasuke stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distant treetops. His mind had calmed since his Manjiki had awakened. But the questions remained. "Akainu," he asked without turning, "besides Itaki, who else was involved in the Uchiha massacre?" The admiral didn't hesitate. "The elders of Konoha," Akainu said bluntly. "Danzo was the main figure. But Homura and Koharu Hiruzen's old advisors, they signed off on it too." Sasuke's fists clenched. Akainu glanced at him, arms folded. "Danzo's dead. You saw to that, in a way. But the other two, they're still alive." Sasuke's voice was low. "And you knew?" "I did," Akainu answered. "But you weren't ready to hear it then." Sasuke turned, eyes narrowed. "So you waited until I killed my brother?" Akainu didn't blink. "Itaka chose Konoha. He made his decision. You had to make yours." Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes burned. Suddenly, the forest around them shimmered slightly. From the trees, 2 familiar presences approached, one wearing the standard robes of the Godai 13, the other with a slouched hat and an easy grin. "Shunsui," Akainu greeted. Hitaki grinned. "Yo!" Sasuke blinked, momentarily surprised. Shunsui gave him a small wave, while Hatake strode forward and casually wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "Been a while, brat." Sasuke scowled, looking away. "Don't touch me." But Hatake just laughed. "Still the same. You missed me, hey?" "I didn't." Shunsui smiled softly, watching the exchange. Inside, Sasuke felt something stir, a rare warmth he wouldn't admit aloud. He hated sentiment. But seeing them again made something feel grounded. Akainu looked toward Shunsui. "You'll be taking over." Shunsui nodded. "We've seen the recent developments. Sasuke's made progress. We'll train him from here." Hatake leaned in close to Sasuke and smirked. "And we've got a lot more techniques to teach you. Not just sword swings this time." Sasuke muttered, "Tch." But deep down, he welcomed it. Chapter 32, Shadows over Thunderclouds. Switch POV, Deodara sky over the hidden cloud village. "Art, is an explosion!" Deodara shouted, hurling another monstrous clay sculpture from his giant bird mount. Below, the hidden cloud was chaos. A series of white-hot detonations rocked the streets. Shinobi scrambled, towers crumbled, and alarm seals rang through the entire mountain-bound village. Deodara laughed madly as he flung another volley of his handcrafted bombs, turning the air into a canvas of fire and smoke. "Dance for me, you overhyped lightning gnats." But just as he reached into his pouch for another creation, the air changed. A cold shimmer ran through the sky. The moisture in the air crystallized. The next bomb didn't even leave his hand because everything around him suddenly froze. Shhhkkk. Deodara's bird shattered mid-flight, and ice surged upward from the ground, locking his movement. Standing calmly atop a crystalline spire was Kyuzen, one hand in his pocket. "Deodara, you've done enough." The frozen mist clung to his breath as he stepped forward. "You're flashy. But you're not my opponent," he said simply, raising his hand. "I am." Switch POV, Jiraiya Hidden Rain, Pain's Domain. Blood seeped into the flooded stone as Jiraiya's body staggered against the alley wall. His eyes were wide, his breath shallow. 6 Pains stood around him, unblinking, inhuman. One had just driven a chakra rod through his shoulder. Another flicked his hand, ready to end it. Jiraiya's vision blurred, but he grinned. "So, 6 of you, hey? Guess I really found the heart of it." He grunted, summoning one last clone. He couldn't win. But he could send a message. "Minato. Naruto, this is the best I can do." His hand moved to his scroll. Switch POV, Black Zetsu watching from the shadows. From a rippling puddle of shadow, Black Zetsu watched the battle unfold in the rain village, silent as the grave. "Jiraiya, you always were a problem," he murmured to himself. But his eyes weren't entirely on the fight. Not just now. In his vision filtered through his influence on Kyuzen, he could see the battle erupting in the hidden cloud. The admiral was doing exactly as planned. Switch POV, Hidden Cloud Village 20 minutes into the invasion. The battlefield was a mess of shattered stone, frozen craters, and cracked thunder plate. Reikage roared as he punched forward with lightning-infused fists, only for Kyuzen to dodge effortlessly, skating across a path of ice. "You're fast," Kyuzen said, barely winded. "But predictable." I snarled. "You won't touch this village again, bastard." Their fists collided, one of lightning, the other of pure cold. A shockwave of mist and thunder spread across the battlefield. Seconds later, I dropped to a knee, breath labored. Ice had begun to crawl up his arms despite the heat of his chakra. Kyuzen stood tall, frost trailing his steps. 20 minutes. "That's your limit," he murmured. Nearby, Yujito's body was already sealed, her tail flicking once before going limp in Sasori's puppet strings. Further out, Killer Bee grunted, same hata stuck in his back, chakra draining fast. Kisame pressed forward, grin wide. That chakra's too delicious, Bee-san. Gonna have to take all of it. But before the final blow landed, ZMMMMMM. A golden flash streaked through the sky. Kizuru dropped in like a falling sunbeam, light whirling at his feet. His foot struck Kisame square in the side, launching him through 3 buildings. Killer Bee-san, right? Kizuru said casually, brushing dust from his coat. You're a difficult man to find. Sasori moved to intervene, but Akainu descended like a meteor, magma dripping from his arm as he struck the ground. The impact vaporized everything nearby. Black Zetsu, watching through Kyuzen's eyes, whispered to him. Let them go. Take a tentacle. That'll be enough to fool the sealing jutsu. Kyuzen didn't respond verbally but turned toward the 8 tails, who roared in defiance. Bee looked to Kizuru, who leaned closer. Is there any way to hide you from a chakra signature scan? Bee panted. Yet. I got one trick. The 8 tails roared again and suddenly his body expanded, mass growing larger as Bee turned into his full bitch form. Kyuzen's eyes narrowed. Then in a blur of movement, he leapt, covering his hand in a sheen of ice before slicing clean through one of the tails. The beast shrieked, then vanished in smoke. Kizuru raised a brow. So that's the trick. Kyuzen held the frozen tail. To anyone watching, this is the 8 tails. Black Zetsu grinned in his secluded chamber, feeling the chakra sealed inside. Perfect. Back on the battlefield, Bee coughed from inside a hidden crevice, Kizuru cloaking him with beams of bending light to hide his signature. Akainu folded his arms. Let's move. We've got what we came for. Kisame crawled from the rubble, snarling but grinning all the same. Man, that guy hits like a star. Sasori picked up Yujito's sealed body. Kyuzen simply walked past them, the frozen tentacle in hand. Behind them, the hidden cloud smoldered in ruin, but for now, their Jinkraki had survived. Chapter 33, Storm After the Ice. Switch POV, Hidden Cloud Village, the cratered courtyard. Smoke still curled from shattered buildings. The sky had gone eerily silent save for the crackling sound of melted frost and scorched metal. Akainu stood over Reikage, one fist still steaming with volcanic heat. Ice cracked beneath I's form, the remnants of Kyuzen's freeze dissipating. Humph! That fool could have frozen your heart if I was a second later, Akainu muttered. He extended a magma-coated hand, one not out of kindness, but calculation. The Reikage slapped it aside and stood on his own, lightning flickering angrily around his frame. You bastards brought them here. You all did this, I growled, voice like rumbling thunder. Half my goddamn village is gone. My people are dead. Kizuru appeared in a blur beside him, hands in his pockets. Now, before you swing at the wrong people again, Kizuru said, his voice irritatingly calm, why don't you take a good look? A flicker of light moved, warping into shape. From the shadows behind a broken pillar, Killer Bee stepped out, bruised but grinning, rapping under his breath. Thought I was done, lost to that shark. But Bee never dies, I just leave my mark. I blinked. His fists loosened slightly. You. Akainu exhaled slowly. The 8 tails lives. You lost buildings. Not your Jinkraki. Be grateful. I turned his head to the side, anger not yet faded. The Akatsuki used your own man to invade us. You brought this war to my doorstep. Then consider it a preview, Akainu said flatly. It's time you chose your side. Switch POV, Naruto outside the Hokage's office. Tsunade's voice trembled. He's he's gone. Naruto's world went quiet. The paper in his hands, Jiraiya's last message, fluttered slightly, caught in the breeze from the open window. No. He clenched it tightly. You're lying, he whispered. He's stronger than anyone, he wouldn't. Tsunade closed her eyes. He faced them alone. He sent information back before he fell. Naruto stood there frozen, chest heaving. Sakura stepped forward but hesitated. He believed in you, Naruto, Tsunade said, voice low. He thought you could end all of this. Naruto looked down. Tears welled in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and wiped them away with a sharp breath. Then I'll do it. I'll finish what he started. Tsunade nodded. I've already arranged it. Mount my Boku. Fukasaku is waiting. You'll learn Sage Mode there. Naruto turned, fists clenched. I'll become stronger than ever. Strong enough to stop pain. And the Akatsuki. Switch POV, Rain Village. Nagato's chamber. Nagato sat within his mechanical throne, tubes coiled like a serpent through his frail body. His Rinnegan eyes pulsed slowly, each breath a labor. Konan stood beside him, her expression unreadable. It's time, Nagato said. Konan nodded, wings unfolding behind her. You're going to Konoha. I'll go myself. He must feel pain. You'll kill the boy. Nagato looked toward the horizon beyond the rusted metal. If I must. His pain must match mine. Konan placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Then I'll prepare the 6 paths. We move soon. Switch POV, back to hidden cloud. Aftermath of the invasion. The sky had dimmed as the sun dipped behind the storm clouds. Relief teams carried wounded through broken streets. Ash mixed with rainwater, turning the roads into black mud. Tents covered the injured. The once impenetrable cloud village now looked like a graveyard. Medical corps counted aloud. 257 dead. Akainu stood in the center of the destruction, coat fluttering in the wind. 10% of your people, he said without emotion. That's what this war costs. I said nothing. Kizaru tilted his head, golden light dimming in his eyes. And next time, if you're not prepared, you'll lose the rest. Killer Bee stood beside his brother, silent now. The fire was gone from his rhymes. I looked at the cracked horizon, fists clenched. I'll make sure this never happens again. Akainu turned. Then prepare your village. Because this is just the beginning. Chapter 34, Beliefs Beneath the Surface. Switch POV, Pain Edge of the Hidden Leaf. The sky over Konoha was darkened by the immense, looming silhouette of the Deva Path. A gentle wind stirred the debris beneath its feet as the 6 paths of pain stood silently, facing the village. Nagato's voice, transmitted through the Deva Path, echoed with cold resolve. They will feel pain. Konan, watching from the shadows of the treeline, said nothing. Then, without another word, Pain raised his hand slowly. Shinra Tensei. The world groaned. Buildings shattered into the air like toys hurled by a furious god. Stone and flame collided in a burst of dust and screams. Towers fell. Streets buckled. Entire districts disintegrated under the crushing weight of Nagato's resolve. A wave of raw force pulsed outward like a heartbeat, flattening everything in its path. The hidden leaf was obliterated in an instant. Switch POV, Land of Hot Springs. A remote hotel, evening. Steam rose gently from the hot spring nestled in the rock garden outside the small inn. Fireflies flickered, casting lazy glows across the water's surface. Kuzan leaned back against a boulder in the steaming bath, his arms resting against the ledge. Next to him, Kisame sighed, his gills faintly visible beneath the water. You don't talk much, Kisame muttered, swirling the water lazily. But you've done well. 2 Jinkraki down. Kyuzan didn't reply at first. His eyes scanned the sky, where no stars could pierce the mist. Sitting across from them, Deidara splashed some water on his face, his clay mouth's unusually calm. You know, I gotta say, I didn't expect this gig to come with spa treatment. Sasori, who sat almost statuesque on the edge of the water, gave him a disapproving glance. This is a waste of time. We have no reason to rest. Relax, yet? Even art needs inspiration, Deidara smirked. Hot springs are like prelude to the explosion. Tension before the bang. Kisame laughed, the sound deep and rough. He never shuts up about that crap. You say that like it's not true, Deidara replied with a grin. Kyuzan closed his eyes for a moment. The false 8 tails and real 2 tails had been handed over, but with pain absent, the Gedo statue couldn't be summoned for sealing. It bought them time. Time for something rare. Quiet. Then, Toby floated to the surface near them, arms spread on the rocks, mask still in place. Everyone has their reasons for doing all this, Toby chimed with his usual, annoyingly upbeat tone. What about you, Kyuzan? You don't seem like the crazy type. Kisame grunted. We all have our reasons. I fight because the world is full of liars. Hypocrites in armor pretending they're saving people. I'd rather be honest about who I am. Sasori added without looking up, art is eternal. That's all that matters to me. Immortality through creation. Wrong again, Deidara scoffed. Art is about the moment. The blast. The impact. They glared at each other across the steamy pool. Then all eyes turned to Kyuzan. The former admiral exhaled slowly. My belief. He looked down at his reflection in the still water. Doing what's right. As I see it. Not what others tell me is right. Toby tilted his head. That sounds like something someone with a conscience would say. Kyuzan looked at him sideways. Maybe I have one. Kisame chuckled, nodding toward him. You're too strong to be that naive. Kyuzan didn't argue. Switch POV, hidden leaf moments after the cataclysm. The village was gone. A dust cloud choked the crater that once held the hidden leaf. Rubble was all that remained. The Hokage's monument was cracked in half. Corpses lay silent in the wreckage. Tsunade, bruised and bloodied, lay against a broken wall, her chakra nearly spent from protecting as many civilians as she could with her summoned slug Katsuyu. Katsuyu scattered in pieces across the ruined landscape, relaying messages. Lady Tsunade is alive. Naruto must be found. Amid the wreckage, the 6 paths of pain walked calmly, their eyes scanning the survivors. One by one, they stepped through the ruined village, wordless, tireless, unstoppable. Pain's voice echoed through the destruction. You will all understand now. True peace can only come through pain. The chapter ends with the camera slowly zooming out from the destroyed village, a whispering wind blowing across the desolate crater as the shadows of the 6 paths loom larger than ever. Chapter 35, Whispers of Ash and Vengeance. Switch POV, Sasuke hidden marine base, underground chamber. The low hum of energy buzzed beneath the stone floor of the marine base's war room. Dim orange light spilled from old wall lamps, casting long shadows across the steel-reinforced walls. Shunsui stood with his arms folded, his usual light-hearted air replaced by quiet grimness. Sasuke leaned against a wall, his Sharingan active and sharp. Konoha has been attacked, Shunsui began, voice heavy. Pain reduced most of the village to rubble. Tsunade's alive, barely. But it's chaos down there. Sasuke's eyes flicked toward him. So the leaf is weak right now. Exactly, Shunsui nodded. The elders Homura and Kohara will be scrambling to hold on to power. If you want justice, this is the time. Sasuke was silent, shadows coiling within his thoughts. Images of Itachi dying, of the truth Akainu had revealed, of the betrayal of his own clan and its brutal sacrifice by the village's elders. They let it happen, Sasuke murmured. They watched my family burn and did nothing. Shunsui didn't interrupt. He knew better than to offer empty sympathy. They're next. A nod from the admiral. I'll take you to Konoha. Hakite will cover the exit. Sasuke's manjiki flickered in the half-light, hatred sharpening every edge of his expression. Then let's move. Switch POV, Konoha the smoking crater. A massive toad stood poised on the edge of the destruction, smoke curling around his form. The great sage Fukasaku balanced on the toad's head, his aged features stern. And between his feet stood Naruto Uzumaki, eyes ringed with orange, irises toad-like and piercing. Sage mode. The wind pushed Naruto's blonde hair as he stared down into the ruined remnants of his home. His fists clenched. Anguish weighed in his chest. He had only just heard. Jiraiya-sensei was gone. Killed by pain. Konoha, Naruto whispered, eyes trembling. Now's the time, Naruto boy, Fukasaku croaked gently. This is what he trained you for. Naruto stepped forward, the weight of responsibility pressing on him heavier than ever before. I'll end this, he said. For Ero Sennin. For everyone. He jumped into the crater, landing silently amid the ruins, walking toward pain. Switch POV, hidden mist Orochimaru's forgotten laboratory. The air was damp and metallic. Twisted steel walls stood like warped skeletons of something unnatural. Mutated creatures floated in half-shattered tanks, and scattered across the stone floor were discarded tools, broken syringes, and scrawled notes of madness. Grimjo crushed a rusted canister beneath his boot. TCH. Creepy place. Are we sure this bastard's dead? Ulquiorra stood silently in the center of the abandoned chamber, his gaze impassive as ever. The lab's rotting walls flickered in and out of his peripheral vision, unimportant. Orochimaru's dead, Ulquiorra said, eyes scanning the far wall. But his poison lingers. We were ordered to erase it. Grimjo tilted his head. TCH. Still don't get why we're cleaning up after a snake freak. If he's dead, let the freak shows rot. Ulquiorra turned toward him, unblinking. Black Zetsu gave the order. He believes Orochimaru left behind data and remnants that could be used by enemies. Black Zetsu, Grimjo scoffed. That shadowy bastard keeps acting like he's 10 steps ahead. Always watching, always planning. Ulquiorra's response was cold and final. And he usually is. Grimjo snorted and extended his hand. Fine, fine. Let's blow it up then. Energy flared from his palm, vibrant and wild. Ulquiorra stepped back. Do it. A pulse of raw power exploded from Grimjo's Zero, slamming into the base's structure. A chain reaction ignited, detonating pipes and destroying vials. The compound went up in a massive boom, flames rising above the mist. The two Espada turned their backs as debris rained down behind them, walking calmly away from the inferno. You ever wonder what he's really planning? Grimjo asked suddenly. Ulquiorra's voice was nearly a whisper, lost in the roar behind them. I stopped wondering. I just watch, and act when needed. Chapter 36, Embers of Justice, Shadows of Creation. Switch POV, Sasuke ruins of Konoha. The scorched remains of the hidden leaf crackled beneath Sasuke's boots, smoke rising like ghosts from the decimated buildings. His cloak fluttered as he walked through what used to be his home, the destruction like a whisper against his skin, a haunting memory he never expected to relieve. Pain's forces had brought ruin. Entire streets had collapsed into rubble. The air still hummed with lingering chakra, and screams had faded into eerie silence. In the distance, flashes of orange and blue chakra danced violently in the sky. Sage Mode Naruto vs Pain. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He's gotten stronger. His footsteps halted as he turned a corner and saw them. Homura and Koharu, flanked by a dozen leaf shinobi, huddled in a protective ring near the last intact administrative bunker. Their old bodies shook as they barked orders, trying to maintain some illusion of control amidst chaos. Sasuke stepped out into the open, Sharingan flaring. "You too," he said coldly, his voice slicing through the air like a blade. The guards turned, weapons raised. "Uchiha Sasuke." Koharu's eyes widened. "What are you doing here?" Homura snarled. "This is not your concern. Leave." "You watched my clan burn," Sasuke said, walking forward. "You let them die. You feared power, so you killed children in their beds." The leaf shinobi stepped forward to intercept. "Stand down," Koharu commanded. But they didn't. The ninja attacked. Sasuke didn't flinch. The world slowed, his eyes spinning into Manjiki. In a blur of lightning, blood, and flame, every enemy was on the ground, some dead, some broken. Homura stumbled back, shaking. "We did what we had to." "You did what you were afraid not to do." A blade of Chidori pierced the old man's chest. Koharu didn't even scream before Sasuke's other hand ended her, cold and quick. As their bodies fell, Sasuke stood over them, eyes emotionless. He turned toward the battlefield in the distance where Naruto clashed with Pain. "I have no loyalty to this village," he muttered, "but I won't let an outsider destroy it. Not before I finish my own justice." With that, Sasuke vanished in a blur of black lightning, headed toward the battle. Switch POV, Black Zetsu Hidden Abyss Chamber. In the pitch-black caverns beneath the world, where Chakra throbbed like a living heart, Black Zetsu stood before a summoning circle drawn in the blood of the ancient. He had not spoken in hours. Only whispered incantations. The seal glowed purple and gold. A pulse. A crack in space. From that crack, a man stepped forward, confident, elegant, wrapped in a pristine white haori. "Sukuna," Black Zetsu said. "The king of curses." The figure smirked, his eyes gleaming with an ancient hunger. "You summoned me across dimensions. I hope this world isn't boring." A second crack shimmered, calm, quiet, infinite. A man with silver hair and a blindfold stepped out, hands in his pockets. "Gocho." Black Zetsu's shadow flickered as he watched them. "You are weapons," he said. "You will fight. Kill. Distract the strong." Sukuna laughed, the sound echoing like a dirge. "Now this could be entertaining." Gojo tilted his head. "I'll decide what's worth my time." Black Zetsu watched them both, mind already 10 steps ahead. "Good. Play your part, and the world will burn brighter than ever before." Switch POV, Kyuzen Borderland Inn, hot spring dining room. The low murmur of sizzling food and the smell of grilled fish filled the room. Kyuzen sat at the low table, arms folded behind his head, sipping from a cup of sake. Around him sat Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Tobi. Deidara licked his fingers clean of oil. "Man, Cloud took damage, but they'll rebuild fast. Should have left a bigger surprise." Kisame chomped on meat with a grin. Surprised how strong B was. Would have gotten real ugly without backup. Sasori silently moved vegetables on his plate. "Temporary damage is irrelevant. They'll regroup. Better to finish them." Tobi bounced. "Tobi thinks we should have stolen more snacks." Kyuzen chuckled lightly. "It went well. The tentacle trick fooled most of them." The door slid open. Akainu entered, his towering presence radiating authority. Kizaru followed behind, lazy-eyed as usual. The table quieted a bit. "No need to stand," Akainu said, sitting across from Kyuzan. "We're just eating." "Boss," Kisame greeted with a nod. Kizaru poured himself some sake. Lively company tonight." They didn't talk about missions. Just simple conversation. Favorite foods. Mountains vs oceans. Weird missions from the past. A temporary stillness. Camaraderie built in a moment of peace. Deidara snorted. "It's weird, hey? Sitting around like this. After bombing half a country." Kyuzan raised his cup. "To war," he said softly. They clinked glasses. Chapter 37, Justice, Melted and Frozen. Switch POV, Tsunagakure afternoon. The desert wind howled lowly as the sand village settled into its routine. But that routine was about to be shattered. A crack split through the air just outside the village gates. Not a sound, but a split like reality being cut open. From that rift, he stepped out. Sukuna. His face wore that usual amused, condescending smirk. Power leaked from his body like heat from the desert sun, only darker, hungrier. He took one slow step forward, sand crunching under his feet. Then another. "It's been a while since I stretched." He raised a finger and made a cutting motion. A chunk of the village wall simply ceased to exist, cut clean in half. Boom! Panic rang out. Sirens wailed. Shinobi scrambled into position. High above, Gaara stood on a rooftop with 2 jonin beside him, cloak billowing. "That cursed energy," Gaara muttered, his sand swirling defensively. "This isn't Chakra." Sukuna looked up, locking eyes with the Kazekage. "You look important." Switch POV, Tsunagakure battle minutes later. Gaara didn't waste time. He launched a wave of sand at Sukuna, fast and wide enough to bury a small town. But Sukuna simply grinned and clapped his hands. A blast of cursed energy exploded outward, disintegrating the sand wave mid-air. He rushed forward, too fast for the jonin to react. One of them went down in a single blow, his body crumpling against a wall. "Too slow," Sukuna said, laughing. Gaara's sand armor formed around him in layers. "You will not harm this village. Try and stop me then, redhead." Just as the battle escalated, a tall figure in black appeared. Gojo Satoru. He stood between Gaara and Sukuna, calm as ever. "Yo," he said with a small wave. "Enough wrecking villages, Sukuna." "Gojo." Sukuna's tone dropped. "This is none of your concern." Gojo shrugged. "Maybe. But he's a cage. And you're messing with the balance." "You always get in the way," Sukuna sneered. "I'll always be in the way." Sukuna growled but relented. "Fine. I got what I needed anyway." In a blur, Sukuna vanished through a cursed space rift. Gojo glanced at Gaara. "You all right?" Gaara nodded. "Thanks." "Don't thank me yet," Gojo said, frowning. "This is just beginning." Switch POV, Hidden Mountain Hot Springs nightfall. Steam curled lazily through the air. The secluded hot spring was quiet, peaceful, even. Inside the wooden bathhouse, Kyuzan lounged in the water, eyes closed. Across from him sat Akainu and Kizaru. The air was tense despite the warmth. "You really ran far," Akainu muttered, steam rising from his lava-scarred arm as it rested on the edge. Kizaru sipped tea with lazy eyes. "So cold, even here." Kyuzan didn't open his eyes. "Is this a social visit, or are you here to drag me back?" Akainu leaned forward, voice cold but sharp. "We want to know the real reason." Kyuzan finally opened one eye, his expression unreadable. Why you left the Marines, Akainu continued. The real reason. Not the nonsense about differences in justice. Kizaru added, you never liked talking, but even you had a line. Kyuzen exhaled slowly, steam trailing from his mouth. The truth? I left because the justice we upheld wasn't mine anymore. Akainu's brow twitched. You're talking about the Uchiha. I'm talking about everything, Kyuzen replied. The Uchiha massacre. Standing by while villages fall. Watching innocents die because we didn't want to interfere too soon. When we could have stopped it. That wasn't our mission, Akainu snapped. We're not gods. We don't act unless the balance is at risk. Kyuzen sat up slightly, voice quiet. And who decides when it's at risk? You. Akainu didn't answer. Kizaru stirred his tea. So you left because you think you could do better alone? No, Kyuzen replied. I left because I couldn't lie to myself anymore. I followed orders, but they left me hollow. He looked directly at them now. I'll follow my own justice. That's what I told Sengoku. That's what I'm telling you. The silence that followed was thick. Finally, Akainu stood. Then we're on different sides now. I never said I was your enemy, Kyuzen said. But I won't be your ally, either. Kizaru stood as well, giving a light wave. We'll see how long your justice lasts, Kyuzen. They left through the steam. Kyuzen sat in the silence afterward, alone again, frost building faintly on the water's surface. His hand dipped into the bath, and a layer of ice slowly spread from his fingertips. Chapter 38, Storms and Shadows. POV, Naruto. The heat of battle roared through the ruins of Konoha. Fires crackled. Smoke curled skyward. Bodies, unconscious or worse, were strewn across the rubble. The sky was bruised grey, casting a ghostly pall over what remained of the hidden leaf. Naruto stood on fractured stone, his eyes glowing orange, lined with sage markings. His breath came heavy but steady. He had already taken down multiple paths of pain, but the fight was far from over. Then he felt it like a chill running down his spine. A chakra signature he hadn't felt in years. He turned sharply, and there he was. Sasuke. He walked calmly out of the smoke, Manjiki Sharingan already active. His expression was unreadable, but the air around him pulsed with controlled fury. Naruto blinked. Sasuke. Sasuke didn't answer right away. He scanned the battlefield, saw the crumbled remains of buildings, the scorched ground, the destruction wrought by the enemy. I came for something else, Sasuke said, voice low. But seeing this pain, I'll help you deal with him. Naruto couldn't hide the shock. You're serious? I didn't come back for the village, Sasuke clarified, slowly stepping beside Naruto. But I'm not going to watch this idiot destroy everything. For a brief second, Naruto's lips twitched almost a smile, but then the Deva path of pain stepped forward. The battlefield didn't allow sentimentality. You too. This is fate, Pain said, his voice metallic and impassive. A village built on the corpses of the innocent deserves only judgment. Naruto narrowed his eyes. And you think you're the judge? Not just the judge, Pain replied. But the hand of God. Sasuke scoffed. I've killed gods before. The ground exploded beneath their feet as all three launched forward. Sasuke's Chidori shrieked to life, crashing against Pain's Shinra Tensei barrier. Naruto followed up, swinging a Rasen shuriken that crackled and hissed with dense chakra. The two worked without a word, blades of lightning and whirling wind interweaving, pushing Pain on the defensive. POV, Nagato, inside the paper tree near Konoha. Hidden beneath the massive origami blossom that towered just outside Konoha, Nagato breathed heavily. His emaciated frame leaned back inside the mechanical support chair, chakra rods pulsing faintly as he focused on the link to the remaining paths of pain. "They're adapting," he murmured, coughing softly. "Naruto is stronger than before, and now Sasuke." Konan stood quietly beside him, arms folded, expression tense. "They're pushing you harder than anticipated." Nagato's fingers twitched, controlling the Deva path. "I'll need to heal soon, this level of control takes its toll." Konan nodded. "I'll buy you time. If needed." Nagato closed his eyes for a second. "If I can get one clean Shinra Tensei, maybe that will be enough." POV, Shunsui, observing from the shadows. From the edge of a shattered rooftop, Shunsui Kirako watched the battle unfold. His wide-brimmed hat cast a shadow over his eyes, but even that couldn't hide the intensity in his gaze. "They're both fighting like hell," he whispered. "The village may just survive this one." Beside him, Yukatake stood silently, watching every movement with that calm, calculating gaze of his. "Sasuke's grown," Yukatake said quietly. "But so has Naruto. They're not boys anymore." Shunsui nodded. "The question is, after this, what will Sasuke choose?" POV, Gaara, in the Sand Village. A messenger hawk flew past the window of Gaara's office. The fifth Kazekage stood beside the window, arms folded, watching the skies. "Sukuna," he murmured. "And Gocho." Two names that had suddenly appeared in the world without explanation. Two powers that had shaken the Sand Village to its core only days ago. "I've never heard of them," he said aloud to himself. "Their power is not natural." Temari entered, handing Gaara a new report. "Konoha has been attacked. The Akatsuki are on the move again." Gaara's jaw tightened. "If the balance breaks any further, we may not be able to stop what's coming." POV, Cloud Village. Rebuilding was nearly done. Beams were lifted. New rooftops fitted. The sounds of hammering and shouting echoed across the recovering Cloud Village. The Reikage, stood in silence on a high platform, arms crossed, overlooking the scene. He still hadn't forgiven himself for what happened. The attack had left scars on the village and on his pride. "We lost too many," he muttered. "All because of that damned traitor and his monsters." Killer Bee walked up, rapping under his breath. "Cloud got rocked, yet it got clocked. But we bounce back, ain't nobody shocked." I didn't respond. He just stared toward the distant mountains, toward the world outside, where the Akatsuki were still out there. And now, new names had entered the fray. Chapter 39. The battle was over. Pain's 6 paths lay crumpled across the cratered ruins of Konoha, steam rising from the ground as the dust finally began to settle. Naruto stood at the center of it all, chest heaving, sage cloak torn, and eyes heavy with exhaustion. But he wasn't alone. Sasuke stood beside him, his Manjiki Sharingan fading as he adjusted his breathing. His arms were crossed, gaze sharp but unreadable as he glanced toward the wreckage of the last path of pain. "He's not here," Sasuke muttered. "That's just a puppet. A corpse." Naruto turned to him, frowning slightly. "What do you mean?" Sasuke's voice was cool, unbothered, but beneath it all was the simmering tension of someone who had seen too much and trusted too little. "You felt it too, didn't you? The chakra, it was real, but the body wasn't. Someone's pulling the strings from nearby." Naruto stared down at the black chakra receiver embedded in the puppet's chest. He knelt, gripping the rod tightly, his fingers burning slightly from the residual energy. "This." He closed his eyes, entered sage mode once more, and exhaled deeply. "I can feel it. Faint, but there's a trail. Over there," he pointed toward the forest. "He's close. Let's go." Sasuke followed silently. As they left, the wind blew across the broken remnants of the village, the silence after the storm almost too loud. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, deep in the land of hot water, a rundown inn stood on the edge of a steaming valley. Inside, in a dimly lit room behind sliding paper doors, the Akatsuki gathered in person, not as flickering ghosts in some illusionary jutsu. Toby sat on the tatami floor, legs crossed and humming softly to himself. His orange mask tilted as he looked around. So, Nagato's dead. Kisame leaned against the wall, arms crossed and same hata propped against his shoulder. That was quick. Guess Konan wasn't much help. She betrayed us, Black Zetsu said plainly from the corner of the room, arms folded under his robe. He didn't move, didn't blink. Just watched them all. Deidara scoffed. Tch. Artless end for a god, yet. Sasori said nothing, his eyes resting on the dim lantern that swung slightly overhead. Toby tilted his head. Konan betraying us, that's going to make things messy. It doesn't matter, Black Zetsu replied calmly. Nagato served his purpose. Kisame smirked. So what now? We down to, what, 5 of us? Deidara sneered. Haiden and Kakuzu are gone. Dead, probably. Probably, Sasori said coldly. But they were always disposable. There was a silence. And in that silence, Black Zetsu remained perfectly still, but within his mind cold, calculating thoughts stirred. The 5-Cage Summit is coming. A meeting of nations. A gathering of fools and power, ripe for manipulation. Let them gather. Let them plot. While they scheme on paper, I'll bury them in silence. The time for shadows is ending. Elsewhere. The wind rustled through the branches near the outskirts of Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke moved quickly, weaving through trees with practiced ease. They didn't speak much, there was nothing to say. Not until they stopped at a clearing where a towering paper tree stood alone, its trunk pulsing faintly with chakra. This is it, Naruto whispered, eyes narrowing. Sasuke drew his blade. Chapter 40. The quiet of the small inn room was broken by the soft rustle of cloaks. Kyuzen sat cross-legged on the floor, arms resting loosely over his knees. His teal eyes were half-lidded in thought, watching the steam curl from a nearby kettle. Across from him, Black Zetsu stood, arms hidden under his cloak. You've proven yourself, Black Zetsu said in his usual low, patient tone. The time has come for the Akatsuki to move forward, without pain, without Nagato's outdated dreams. Kyuzen didn't react immediately. He only shifted slightly, studying the dark mass before him. His voice came slow, steady. You want me to lead it? It wasn't a question. Black Zetsu gave the faintest nod. The old Akatsuki was bound by dreams of peace through domination. Yours will be something else. More pragmatic. More effective. The words floated in the humid air. Kyuzen remained silent, letting the proposition linger, tasting it in his mind. Leader of the Akatsuki. He wasn't a fool. He knew power always came with a price. Yet, at the same time, Kyuzen closed his eyes briefly, exhaling through his nose. If I lead, I can shape it my way. No illusions. No lies about saving the world. Just action. When he finally opened his eyes again, they were sharper, colder. I'll do it, he said simply. Black Zetsu's grin stretched subtly under the shadows of his cloak. Meanwhile, inside the vast paper tree, Naruto stood tall before the broken figure of Nagato. The red-haired man, gaunt and pale, sat slumped inside his mechanical walker, breath shallow. Please, Naruto said again, his voice steady despite the heavy atmosphere. You still have a choice. You can fix this, you can believe in what Jiraiya-sensei believed in. Nagato's eye twitched. Memories flickered across his mind, the smiling face of his old teacher, the endless bloodshed he had caused. His heart, shriveled by years of hatred, stirred faintly. Jiraiya. Naruto. A slow, painful breath escaped his lips. Very well, Nagato rasped. I will believe, just this once. Summoning the last dregs of his chakra, Nagato pressed his hands together. Samsara of heavenly life technique. The ground shook faintly. A warm light spread through the ruins of Konoha. Bodies stirred. Breath returned to lungs. The dead opened their eyes. As the jutsu ended, Nagato's frail body collapsed completely, the last spark of life fading from him. Konan, silent all this time, stepped forward. Her expression was distant, but she reached into her sleeve and withdrew two neatly folded pieces of paper. One she handed to Naruto. One to Sasuke. This is my apology, she said simply. And a promise that there are still those who believe in a different path. Naruto looked at her, surprised, but took the paper without a word. Sasuke accepted his silently, his expression unreadable. The sun had just begun to rise when Naruto and Sasuke stepped out of the forest, back into the battered but living Konoha. People immediately noticed them. Murmurs turned to cheers. Then to shouts. Then to full-blown cries of joy. Naruto. Uzumaki. Look, it's Sasuke too. The villagers ran toward them, some injured, some still covered in dust, but all alive and grateful. Naruto blinked rapidly, overwhelmed. Sasuke scowled slightly at the attention. I'm not here for this, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Before Sakura could push her way through the crowd to reach him, Sasuke turned sharply and began to walk away. Sasuke! Sakura shouted, trying to catch him. But before she could move, a firm hand landed on Sasuke's shoulder. Shunsui. The older man smiled lazily, his hat tilted slightly back. Come on. At least say hello to your old teacher, et. Sasuke looked sideways, seeing Kakashi standing a little ways off, a faint smile in his visible eye. For a long moment, Sasuke didn't move. He didn't want to. Ties, bonds, they still felt like chains to him. But after a long breath, he turned and walked toward Kakashi anyway. Kakashi scratched the back of his head sheepishly when Sasuke approached. You've grown, Sasuke. I hear you're the brooding, quiet type now. Not that much has changed then, he added with a faint chuckle. Sasuke gave a small snort through his nose but said nothing. Kakashi's tone grew serious. Are you thinking about coming back to Konoha? Sasuke paused. He looked at the wreckage around them, at the grateful faces of the villagers, at Naruto watching him quietly from a few steps away. I'll stay, Sasuke said after a moment. For a few days. Naruto's face lit up. Sakura almost cried. That's good enough for now, Kakashi said softly. Sakura rushed forward, grabbing Sasuke's hand. We're just glad you're here. Naruto nodded. We'll talk more later, when you're ready. Sasuke didn't answer, but for the first time in a long time, the crushing weight on his chest felt lighter. If only a little. Chapter 41. The steady hum of chakra monitors buzzed softly in the background. Tsunade's eyes fluttered open. The world came into focus slowly. White ceiling, sterile light, a faint smell of medicine. She groaned slightly, her body stiff as if she'd been asleep for days, because she had. Shizuan, she whispered. In a flash, Shizuan appeared at her side, eyes wide, half shocked, half relieved. Tsunade-sama. You're awake, she exclaimed, nearly dropping her clipboard. What happened? Tsunade's voice was raspy, her memory struggling to piece things together. You collapsed after summoning Katsuyu. You've been unconscious since the attack, Shizun said, keeping her voice gentle. Tsunade exhaled deeply, her eyes falling shut for a moment. Then they snapped open. The village. Saved, Shizun reassured. Naruto and Sasuke fought pain and won. Konan even helped them. And Nagato revived everyone who died. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly at that. They did it, she whispered. Those two. Shizun nodded. But that's not all. While you were unconscious, Reikage sent urgent messages. He's called for a 5-cage summit. Tsunade frowned. A summit? In the land of iron. The other cage have agreed Kazekage from the sand, the Tsuchikage, the Mizu cage. They're all going. Tsunade slowly sat up, muscles trembling slightly from disuse. So it started, she murmured. This summit, it's about Akatsuki. Yes, but also something else. Shizun hesitated. There's a new threat. Two mysterious individuals, Gojo and Sukuna, attacked the sand village. Gaara and several Jonin managed to push them back, but no one knows who they are. And they were powerful. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Gojo. Sukuna. Unknown names. Unfamiliar powers. That alone made them dangerous. I'll prepare to attend, Tsunade said, her tone sharp and steady now. We can't afford to sit this out. Meanwhile, in a quiet mountain lodge, snow falling lazily outside the windows, the new Akatsuki sat in an open room. Kyuzen stood near the center, calm, hands in his pockets. Around him, Kisame leaned back lazily on a wall. Sasori sat still as a statue, arms folded. Deidara chewed gum while folding a piece of clay. Toby had been absent until now. He entered without warning, his spiral mask gleaming in the soft light. So, it's true, Toby said lightly. Kyuzen, you're the one they've all chosen. Kyuzen didn't flinch. Looks like it. Toby stepped closer, his presence suddenly heavier, more suffocating. I let you act as a piece on the board. But make no mistake. The one who created Akatsuki's vision is me. You're not worthy to lead it. Sasori didn't even lift his head. Nagato is dead. Your turn passed, Toby. Deidara smirked. Yet. You're just a clown in a mask, You let the whole world pass you by. Kisame snorted. I follow the one who gets results. And right now, that's Kyuzen. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, with a flicker, Toby's demeanor changed entirely. The silly tone dropped. The pressure in the air skyrocketed. His chakra flared, coiling and sharp like a razor's edge. I see, he said coldly. Then I'll show you why you're wrong. Kyuzen's eyes narrowed. Let's find out. In an instant, the room exploded with motion. Toby blurred forward, his kamui distorting reality. But Kyuzen spun, eyes spiraling around him as his hand coated in frozen mist. Their first clash was almost soundless speed over spectacle. Toby phased through the strike, but Kyuzen anticipated it, his next blow freezing the very air around Toby's mask. You read it, Toby muttered, backing off. I'm not just fast, Kyuzen replied, his breath visible in the cold air. I've fought monsters before. You're not special. Toby's Sharingan gleamed beneath his mask, but he didn't attack again. Very well, he said darkly. Play your little leadership game. But this is war. He turned to leave, but not before extending a hand behind him, space warping. In a blink, the sealed container holding the tentacle and Yujito vanished into Kamui's dimension. Wait! Kisame barked, lunging forward. Too late. Toby vanished. Kisame growled. He took Yujito, and the fake Haxabi tentacle. Kyuzen stared at the spot Toby had disappeared from. His hand slowly dropped back into his pocket. He's not coming back, he said. Let him go. Deidara crossed his arms. He's going to start something big. I can feel it, Let him, Kyuzen said flatly. He's no longer Akatsuki. We are. Chapter 42. Scene 1. Hokage's office, Konoha. The morning sun spilled through the cracked window of the Hokage's office, casting golden rays across the room as Tsunade sat upright, fully awake for the first time in days. Her expression was tight, Taunton snuggled in her arms, but her eyes weren't on the pig. Her mind was spinning with reports. Lady Tsunade, Shizuan said, breathless as she entered with a scroll. It's official. The Reikage has called for a 5-cage summit. Tsunade's brows narrowed. The Reikage, it was only a matter of time. She unrolled the scroll quickly. The land of iron, hey? A neutral ground, among samurai. Smart. Shizuan hesitated, then added, there's more. The Kazekage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage have all agreed to attend. The stone village was hesitant, but given the recent attacks, they're in too. Tsunade's voice was low, firm. We'll go. Konoha has no choice now. Prepare a squad. I'll lead it personally. Shizuan's eyes widened. You're going. I'm the Hokage. The Akatsuki just tried to destroy our village. It's time I stood with the other cage. She stood, then stopped. Also, what's this about Sukuna and someone named Gojo appearing in the sand? Shizuan nodded quickly. They attacked the hidden sand. The Kazekage fought them off with a group of Jainin, but it was intense. Gojo, he's something else. His abilities are unknown, but powerful. They disappeared afterward. Tsunade muttered under her breath, we're barely keeping up with the monsters crawling out of the shadows. Scene 2. Kumagakure, Reikage's office. The Reikage stood like a statue, arms crossed, towering over his desk. Killer Bee leaned on the wall behind him, humming a rap under his breath until Mayuri, the Reikage's secretary, spoke up. Lord Reikage, what message shall we deliver to the other villages? I glanced at Bee, then answered bluntly. We need to form an alliance. The Akatsuki attacked almost every village. It's time we stand as one. Mayuri blinked. You really think they'll all agree? I snorted. They'll have to. The cost of isolation is death. Bee stepped forward, unusually serious. They're after the tailed beasts, right? Then we need to protect each other's Jinkraki. No one's safe alone. I gave him a rare approving nod. Exactly. Scene 3. Tsunagakure. Temari sat beside her brother Gaara, her fan resting on her lap. The Kazekage stared at a map of the 5 great nations, silent for a long moment. What do you think will happen at the summit? She asked him, her tone low. Gaara didn't look up. There will be tension. Fear. But also, opportunity. If we align with the leaf and the cloud, perhaps the mist too, we may stand a chance. You think they'll listen? They have to. We're all bleeding. Temari tilted her head. And what of those strange two? Sukuna and Gojo. I've never encountered anyone like them, Gaara admitted. And that's what worries me. They're wild cards. Not tied to the Akatsuki, yet. Scene 4. Somewhere remote, Black Zetsu's hideout. Black Zetsu's silhouette shifted as he slithered through the roots of an ancient tree. Before him, Obito stood silent, his eye gleaming with cold purpose. The 5-cage summit, Black Zetsu whispered. All of them will be there. What will you do? Obito's smirk grew beneath his mask. I'm going to crash their little gathering. Zetsu tilted his head. You're no longer part of the Akatsuki. Exactly, Obito said. They're weak now. Led by Kyuzen. Humph. He can't handle what's coming. You took Yujito and the fake 8 tails before you left. I did. If the world won't listen through whispers, it will listen to war. As he walked into the shadows, his voice echoed, the fourth great ninja war begins soon. Scene 5 Iron Country Border, Kyuzen's group. Snow crunched under heavy boots as Kyuzen and his team approached the land of iron. Sasori and Deidara walked behind him, muttering about logistics. Kisame grinned, same hata strapped across his back, enjoying the chill. Kyuzen's sharp eyes scanned the white-covered path ahead. The 5-cage summit, it's our chance to see where every nation stands. Deidara scoffed. TCH, this sounds more like politics than explosions, yet. You'll get your fight soon enough, Kyuzen said calmly. Sasori added in a rasp, we'll gather intel. Maybe provoke someone. But no unnecessary fighting unless it's productive. I understand, Kyuzen nodded. We'll be subtle, until it's time not to be. Scene 6 Konoha, Shunsui and Hotaki preparing to leave. Inside the nearly rebuilt Konoha, Kakashi watched as Shunsui and Hotaki packed up. Sasuke stood at a distance, his expression unreadable. You two are leaving already? Kakashi asked. Shunsui gave a nod. We've been here longer than expected. The Godi I-13 needs us. Hotaki gave Sasuke a small wave. Take care of yourself, brat. Sasuke's voice was low. I will. Kakashi looked at them both. Thank you. For watching over him. Shunsui shrugged, tipping his hat back. He's stronger than he knows. Just a little stubborn. As they vanished through the gate, Sasuke stood silently, eyes lingering on the spot they disappeared. A part of him felt like it was saying goodbye to something, or someone.